Okay, so
Hello. I'm in.
can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
You can't hear me. Okay, so we've got
No,
this. We're setting
I
the
can
shit
hear you.
going down with the. You can't hear me. No, no sound. Okay, sound settings. Just if we go back to that again. Speakers. Was it this one? Rode.
No, it was in the other thing.
Microphone.
Is this Zoom?
Yeah.
No, it was. So go back to your screen.
Return to the meeting.
Yeah, that one.
Okay, I'm return to the meeting, and I've made Aria host.
Make it bigger.
Can you hear me?
Go.
Oh, this I've got to go this
Yeah,
one.
I think it was that one.
Microphone.
Try same as system.
Same as system. Just check.
Talking.
No.
Talking. Select a speaker.
Yeah, that should be alright.
Yep. Okay.
Talking.
So microphone. No.
You hear me? Testing.
No.
Testing.
Fine. So that's all road.
Select a speaker.
I can't.
Hang on.
No, speakers. No. Try this one. Can you hear me now?
Testing. I can hear you okay.
Yeah, I can't hear you. Okay. Speaker.
Testing.
La 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 la.
La.
No.
Okay, that's all on the right thing. Okay, what did we do last time? And this is all turned up. Why is that off?
Okay, try that one now.
La.
Can't hear me?
I can hear you.
You can hear me, but I can't hear you.
Okay, try same as system.
Speakers, microphone, speakers,
Testing.
Okay,
Testing.
we can hear you now, but you're not on those. So what did we do last time?
You're not on the speaker. We need to get you through the speaker. I'm down at the select a microphone, select a speaker thing.
Yeah, so it's under the select a speaker bit. So
speak again.
Testing.
No.
Testing.
Speaker road. Just try that.
Testing. 1, 2, 3. La. Testing.
Yeah, it's coming through my computer. It's not coming through the speaker again.
Yeah, it was just one thing that we.
Just make sure my fucking speaker's plugged in.
I think it's all on. Yeah.
Double check. I don't think it is actually.
No, what's that one?
No, that's for my phone. That's got to go in the phone. Oh, there you go. That'll help.
Let's see if what happens now.
It's all.
That's all good. Okay, so
happening. Oh, good.
Didn't have everything fucking plugged in. I've also got to plug in my phone. For the simple reason it ends up wanting to stop the recording. So we're pretty much ready to go, aren't we?
Yep.
Okay. Just get rid of that. And so I will pause the recording. So you're there to let him in.
Yep.
Okay. I'm trying to keep my mind calm because it's been super busy. Doing that video yesterday. I don't know whether you got a chance to see it.
I did. Yep.
So everybody's paired up for today, and I haven't got the list in front of me, but I'll see. I've got it written down on paper, so I'll just bring that up.
I've got the list on Facebook, so I've got it right now in front of me.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to go just chuck a bit of chicken down my throat. Be fine. Shall I pause the recording? Yes.
Yeah.
And you're okay there?
Yep. See you soon.
Okay. So I'll just leave the recording go so that everybody could end up hearing it. We can record it anyway. So a couple of people have opted out from being part of this process today, which is fine. And a couple of you want to just stick with numerology, which is also fine. Um, None of this is necessary to stress you out at all. Why do I look fucking blurry? Or is that just a filter on my phone? On my,
It looks like a softer lens. Yeah, it looks a little blurry.
I'm not soft. There's nothing soft about me.
No, I just said the lens.
Where do I kill
Just the
the?
lens.
There's 11 people in. Where do I kill the soft look?
Is there like
Go-
a smudge mark?
Huh?
It could be smudge.
It's probably
Hang on. I'll fix it.
smudged.
It is.
My phone's not smudged. My computer. It's my computer, and it's probably got.
Hey everyone, this is Luna. My video is not working. Does anyone know how to fix it?
Ari? Hang on, I'm just gonna...
What are you on your phone or your laptop or what
No,
are
the
It's
laptop,
on the computer. So it
and it says that it's
doesn't matter.
on. Interesting.
Do you have your lens cover off of your camera on top of your laptop if you're using a laptop?
It's never covered. It's just not even on. You know, there's like a little green light that turns on. It's not even on.
Have you got a Mac?
What a day.
Just have a look down the bottom also with the. I don't know what you've got at the bottom. I've got mute.
There's video settings. You could go into where it says stop video in the Zoom thing, Luna, and then there's a little arrow. Click on that and it'll say select a camera. And then choose the camera setting for your computer if it's not already selected.
Gee, okay, I'll probably have to play around with it. Thank you though.
That's all right. Can you see that Zoom thing where it says mute and then stop video in the bottom left?
Yeah.
And then in that little arrow next to stop video, click on that
Yeah.
and a menu comes up.
Yeah, it's weird. It just doesn't. Yeah.
Or go to your settings, like your system preferences on your actual laptop.
Yeah.
And then go to, there should be like camera settings somewhere.
Okay, I'll mute myself while I figure it out. Thank you.
Okay, no worries.
So we're really missing 3 people at this stage. And I think we're just allowing for the time difference. So that we're just waiting on Nilla, Erica and Jason to turn up. Oh, there's Jason. Okay. So Jason's here. And just waiting on Nilla and Erica. And if Sharon, if Erica doesn't turn up, we'll just pair you up with somebody else, and it's really quite fine.
Okay.
This is mainly so that anybody in the US is not kept awake until the fucking wee hours of the morning, so you can get some
We
decent.
probably will be anyway watching.
But thank you for scheduling us early.
Okay, Jason, we haven't got you on video, mate.
I'm gonna, I have my external camera set up for the cards. So you'll just see my table right now. Well, actually, hold on, let me change it.
It's fine. Look, my knee is famous.
It needed to be.
Okay. Okay, so look, I think, hi Rebecca. Okay, so so Rebecca, you're watching today, yes? Okay. Lee, you're in. Lee, you're just watching as well, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm just watching.
Okay, cool.
Thank you.
And Sarah's in. We got Victoria yet? And Michelle. Hi, Kate. Hi, Charity. Well, you can't see you, but you're watching. Excellent.
Hi, Laura.
Oh, you're here. Oh, excellent.
I'm
Okay,
here.
so, right.
I'm just going to adjust my pillow because it's.
I'm just wondering if we've got Erica.
Is everybody packing shit?
Okay, then we restart. Yeah, okay, cool. I'll just get the messages.
Well, while people are reading for other people, we need to make sure everyone's muted so the camera doesn't flick across. Yeah.
I might be able to turn that on the side. That'd be cool. Hey Ari, also, if I lose contact, just keep an eye out for me to try to get back in because
Okay.
I'm having difficulty with my reception with my internet. It's really playing up.
Okay.
Thank you.
No worries. I think everyone's kind of coming in now, Laura.
Kristen, was that you just want to watch? Okay, so Kristen, you were hooked up with Katina. Katina, just show your face to me, darling. Katina?
I'm here.
Yeah, okay, cool. So because Kristen just wants to watch, okay, Kristen, no problem. Katina, I'm going to now just hook you up because Erica's not present. I'm just got to revert back to the fucking pen situation. Katina, I'm going to hook you up with Sharon.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm just I can't speak properly, but
We know that. I mean, Katina, by the way, everybody, is just like anybody looking at the judgment card and an ace of wands, and a page of wands, just be aware of the fact that she's that dead to work. And
no,
that's what it's gonna be. So that's just to fuck everybody up. Oh, look at that.
yeah, pleasant.
No, it's not as fabulous. Fabulous getting it fixed up. I want to know, first off, anybody got any questions from last week or anything about anything before we get going?
Yeah, I do, Laura. I don't know why my camera is not working. It's Luna.
Yeah.
Um,
Just keep working at it, Luna.
yeah, if not, I'll just connect to my phone. It just doesn't have water. Yeah, my question is, I was passing the information about the cards.
Oh, there's Victoria. Okay, cool.
And I had a question around the oh my gosh, the order of the cards and the meaning. So because I remember you saying last time that depending on the order, it might mean something slightly different, like with the way shower cards, for example.
So, first of all, the best thing to do is almost momentarily to forget everything so far. Okay? Accept the pattern for the Dead Reckoning spread. Because we're back to week 1. We're just going to, you'll continue to return to week 1 throughout all this. Week 1, I'll explain it. So the person who's going to begin will be saying, okay, can you please shuffle the cards to the other person? And when you finish shuffling, cut them in 3. And you've got to watch the person who's speaking, the reader. You've got to watch how you lay out those 3 packs of cards. That's the only thing you've got to be aware of. And the middle pack, or the second pack from the bottom, or the second pack from the top, is going to be the one you're working on. You're not going to be working on the other 2. Okay? It's this is not supposed to be hard work. Not yet. Once they've got that pack laid out, then you're going to lay them out from the top in the Dead Reckoning spread with the 3 to one side. And the first thing you're going to do is ask the person their star sign, so that you can hopefully differentiate them from everybody else in a pack by knowing that they are a king or a queen of a particular zodiac sign, which is one of the 4 elements of cups or coins or wands or cups or coins or wands or swords, so that you've got an awareness of, if they turn up in that spread, who they are, whether they recognize them. If they don't worry. So we're hoping to do around 3 minutes each, not more than that. The main thing you do, just exactly the same with the dot and the piece of paper, is you're going to let, once those cards are all laid out, you'll start to get feelings through your body, through your flesh and through your gut, as they start to turn up on the table. And don't think you haven't absorbed what you've learned, because you have. And that's all. You mightn't think that that's what's happened, but that's preferable to, through our talking, that's when you get an understanding of what you've heard. It'll come up to the surface. Please, those of you who are already set readers in your own lives and your own day-to-day work, please leave that aside and let's just concentrate on this particular format of reading tarot. Whatever you do in your own time is fine, but just right here, it's preferable if you can just let that go and work with what we've had so far. So you're going to lay out the Dead Reckoning spread, then you're going to go, and then you're going to, I would suggest that the other person on the other end who's laying out their cards, I mean, if you've got a spare phone and you feel like it, just record it, because whatever's going to be happening, it may very well be that you're being predicted for, even though it could also be for somebody else in the room. This is for you to experiment. And yes, I'm going to watch each spread as it's laid out. And yes, I'm going to make my comments. Are you cool with that? Okay. Because if you're way off track and you get into deep and meaningfuls without just giving the facts, then you're doing yourself a disservice at this stage. Now, bear in mind, all of us all around the world linking up together, tarot knows you're there. Okay, and I'll talk about it like it's a god, because it's sometimes got that feeling about it. But it's anima mundi. This is like our matrix linking us all up together. And so you may get world events, you may get the stuff that's personal. If it's extremely personal, sorry. If it talks about your penises and your vaginas, sorry. If it talks about the state of the world and it starts talking about things to do with current world events and diseases, sort of bypass that if you can, unless it's a specific disease. If you see somebody's death, well, we're going to discuss it, and everybody can have a freak out wondering if it is them or if it is somebody else. So this is where you got to steel your guts. Okay, and it can only get richer, deeper, more profound as you go, or it becomes more and more terrifying when you go, I can't do this, which is really fine, because ultimately there's nothing about learning a skill that's ever wasted. And whether you use it now or whether you use it in 10 years' time, it's really irrelevant. And also whether or not it actually alters the way you think about life, the universe and everything, it's always significant for that. Okay, so we are hooking up, who was it? Katina with Sharon. Let's go.
Laura, I've made you the host again, just in case there's like a filming drama or a recording drama. Just make sure we've got all this recorded properly.
Host, where do I go? Participants?
I know I've already done it. I've made you the host.
Oh, you made me the host? Okay, so
Yeah, just so I don't want to just record me the whole time or whatever. I just don't want any.
So it's going to flip from person to person. Have I got that sorted out?
Yeah, if you say if you on view in the top corner and it says speaker, it'll go to whoever's speaking.
Oh, I let Luna's in. Okay, gotcha, Luna. Ooh. Looks like
where it says view, make sure it says speaker.
Pardon?
In the top corner where it says view, put it as speaker, so then whoever's doing the speaking, it'll come up.
Yeah, it's already there.
Yeah, good.
Okay, so gotcha, Luna. Can see you now. Okay, so Katina, you are on the receiving end of this. Are you cool with that? Yes, I want to hear Katina. Can Katina and Sharon please unmute yourselves? Katina, you're on the receiving end of this. And as such, you can keep your mouth shut.
Thank you.
Okay, so what's going to happen? Have you got your cards? Your practice pack? Katina?
Yes, I do.
Yes? Can you please bend your... Sharon, can you see Katina?
No, yeah, I can see Katina, but I need her to set up her so I can see her table.
Okay.
Please.
So any
'Cause I
advice
still see more
whatsoever
of you than the table.
from the clever tech people regarding seeing two people at a time for this, and then me popping in with my words, so that can be in the background. But we just need to be able to see.
Is there a way I could see her enlarged? Because I see you right now.
Yes.
Laura. There we go.
One thing
Okay.
One thing I would recommend, Laura as host, whoever's reading out or laying out the cards, you as host have the ability to spotlight them so that they show up and the cards show up for everyone. So if you hover over their video feed, so if you hover over Katina's video feed and see the 3 dots and click on them, you should see an option called Spotlight for everyone. I don't know if you see that or not.
Okay, so trying to work that out. Katina?
Yes. Yes.
So I can see Katina. Can you advise?
I saw her, but now she's gone again.
Right. So if you, in gallery view, hover over Katina's video feed, Laura, and you'll see the 3 dots, there should be an option for you to select her as spotlight for everyone. And that will allow everyone on the call to see Katina's screen full on. And
dots. Spotlight for everyone. Gotcha.
Yes.
Okay.
Bingo.
And FYI, I have a little black dog here that seems to want to help me all of a sudden. So
So I'm just going to hand this over to you, Sharon and Katina, and everybody else who can mute yourself except for me, because I could come in and say something. So
okay. Good. Welcome, Katina. I'm glad to have you here today. Could I have you shuffle the cards, please? And once you feel comfortable with the shuffling, I need you to cut those into 3 separate decks.
watch. Okay. What does she discard, Sharon?
I need you to discard both of the one to the far left and the one to the far right, retaining the center pile.
Excellent.
Okay. Now, if you could flip the top card over and lay that out in the center.
No, you forgot something.
Oh, I did?
You forgot to ask this star sign.
Oh, yes. May I get your star sign, please?
Yeah, I'm a Libra.
A Libra. Okay, thank you.
What is that person then?
Pardon me?
Tell them that they're a person of swords if they turn up on the table.
They are a person of swords if you turn up at the table. Thank you, Lai.
Thank you.
Okay, so if you could take your first card and flip it over.
Get them to pick the whole pack up.
I'll pick the whole pack up. Okay. Now take the top card, turn it over, place it towards the center of the table.
Always ask them to face it towards the camera if they're on Skype or on a mobile technology.
Thank you for placing it towards the camera.
Sure.
Could you take the second card and lay that across? Well, you don't like across, horizontally on top of. Okay, I need you to take the third card and place it to the right of that, to your right of the center.
Next card's above.
Oh, it's above. Okay, one above.
Next card's below.
Next card's below.
Next card's to the right
Next
of
card's
center.
right of center of your center. Right of your right.
No, the right of that was your left of center. Come on, right of center. She's working with you. Okay, next one.
Left of center. Then I need you to take the next
Too many
card and
words,
lay it.
Sharon. Too many words.
Oh,
Or up the side.
4 up the side. Okay. And I cannot see those, so we will have to adjust
Okay,
your
I'll
camera.
move it across. Hang on.
Move it across to your right. Excellent.
Then could you 3 additional cards fanned at the bottom, and you can put them at the top. It will be easier for me to see.
Yeah.
Yeah, we may need to go out. I still can't see the bottom of the 4 up the side.
Yep, hang on a minute. I'll show you one, but it's hard to get them in there, isn't it?
Yes, it is. It's still not
Oh.
real clear for me.
Okay,
I'm trying to get them so you can see them.
that's fine.
Okay.
3 in a
Okay,
fan
and
shape.
then 3 in the fan. Yeah, and if you want to put them at the top, it's probably easier for me to see. Is in this instance.
Woo. Go, Sharon.
Well, I see lots of love and great sex happening for you.
Don't say happening for you, please. Just say it without saying happening for you.
Okay, so sex based on love. I see that. Oh, can't say that. Cause for celebration. Your group. You'll be with like-minded people celebrating. And I apologize. My BCs are not cooperating. Hold on.
Oh, Erica. Okay.
Is it possible to read out some of the cards? Like, I can't really see them all. On the
Apologies. My dogs have been quiet all night until now.
What's with the dogs?
Yeah, I know. I've had them quiet till now. Hold on. Really, guys? Come on. All day. All day. You're fine. Go. Go. Oh. Apologies. They've
Okay.
been quiet all day until now.
Sharon, don't read individual cards, please. Look at the big
Just
picture.
overall, I see celebration, love, sex.
No, you're looking at separate cards. This needs to come together as a...
I'm not following what you mean, I suppose.
See, okay.
I see for the main card, well, I shouldn't say I see. Love.
No. You're doing singular cards.
You want me to do
This
the
is
whole
not
thing?
necessarily a pleasant spread. And I want you to
Yeah, because
understand
the
why.
devil is and fast moving up there. You need to maybe slow down a little bit. Watch for getting trapped. No? Okay, help.
There's a process in this person's life where the whole Disneyfication of love, romance, marriage, children, etc. is now over.
Where do you see the over?
You look.
I can't even read what that card is on the bottom on the screen.
The bottom card there representing the person of self is death.
Oh, okay.
The whole central thing, the whole thing of the entire thing is saying the romance is fucking gone. Now the person has to focus on whoever their offspring is, or dealing with offspring who are dealing with speed and all of the drugs associated with teenage. So they're all the glitter's gone. It's so difficult to see it as a whole. You're taking bit, this is the beginning, terrific, but this is not on the piece of paper. There's, I'm being pulled, if I'm you, I'm being pulled from the death card to the 3 at the top, to the whole central drama or the whole central theme of joy, happy, happy, joy, joy, lovely marriage, wonderful, giving birth to children. Isn't that lovely? Isn't that special? Then bam. So that person.
That central part is basically what is or ending now, past, present combined, basically. And then once you get to the 6th card, the 7th card, then you're looking at now. And you're associating that with the 3 up top. Is that correct?
Remember I said you've got to read the thing as a whole. Now, in the books, you're going to get, this is the center, represents what's happening now. This is what's behind. This is what's in front of you. This is the sphere of self. This is the sphere of environment. Here's the sphere of hopes and fears. Here's your outcome. That's not the way we do this. So you look at the whole thing. You let your vision move around. And then where's it striking me? What's striking me is the person up in the corner there. It could vary. You remember your client is an air sign person? What's your star sign?
Libra.
Yeah, okay. All right. The person concerned
is Libra.
The person concerned is a person of swords. Remember that. So when you see the 3 up in the corner, that could either be an offspring of the person or it's the person themselves and something that they need to remember. So there's a lot showing up to do with the joy of relationships and marriage and kids and all that. And then there's the reality, which is a very different story. Because once you've got the joy in your life of the juice of a relationship, a marriage, a partnership, etc., that's there, and it's like, I'm not seeing any of that as being a problem, but those 3 in the corner, they really hint at what that person has either gone through within themselves that is going to raise its head up, and particularly when it comes down to offspring of their own, like, hey, this kid's on speed. So they may, whether they've got an offspring that's 2-year-old or 12 or 15 years old, it's like, it's almost like a warning in there, very definitely. But it's also the connection with the person in front of you, which means that we're looking at the concept of an intergenerational problem, because the person concerned that's looking at that spread their cards out probably is experiencing hypervigilance, which means that at some stage they've been threatened, and the looming aspect of death hangs over all that sense of joy. Sharon, I'm not saying that this is easy, but I really appreciate you starting. But just the one card won't serve you. Yes, we can see the 2 of Cups. Yes, we can see the Ace of Cups. Yes, we can see the 4 of Wands. It's almost textbook fucking let's have a marriage and be satisfied with all that. Let's have children and think it's so romantic. Whereas what hovers over the top of it is the memory of how this can end. Is the wisdom and the awareness of how this can end. Because of also that, again, that Page of Swords, is that Page of Swords your client, or is that page a child of that client? It doesn't say, but the threat is obvious.
If you were doing the reading, would you ask that person about their child?
No, never.
No,
I don't let people talk until the end. No. To shut up. But it's more like, Sharon, what you just need to do is have the conversation. So what do you pull? I mean, it's almost the easiest thing to pull the joyousness. But within the joyousness of anything, am I a party pooper or are you a party pooper? No. But you want that person to know that within the joy is the threat. Is the knowledge, I mean, with that death card, it can be, oh, it's pretty, it's wonderful, I'm 30, I'm totally in love, I'm having a wonderful relationship, marriage, kids, etc., all that. Dealing in here with the education system, which is that Emperor card. Now that rings a bell, that sort of raises all kinds of alarm bells in me. And it would raise alarm bells in you because of what we know is going on in the world, even though I'm not bringing that up. But with the Devil card and the Page of and the Knight of Swords up the top there, with the Death card sitting in the bottom, I'm looking at those, juxtaposing all that with everything else that's beautiful and going, let's just be real about this. There could also be with the whole, we could be definitely with that top, it's either a hypervigilant child, a hyperactive child, a teenager that's on methamphetamine, or somebody who's going
Some
through,
type of addiction, yeah.
yeah, going through an incredible amount of trauma, whatever it is, it's either because this is difficult. I always know when the person's in front of me, but not with this kind of experiment, which is where it gets a bit tricky. But that's either the client themselves, okay, and they're attempting to stop everything going wrong, or it's a kid that's like an ADD fucking mad junkie kid that's ramming walls, that could kill themselves or die at any minute. And how do I deal with this, particularly if they go to school or they're in a school situation, which is where the Emperor card is, because we're quite obvious with all this that's in front of you that we're looking at the traditional concepts of marriage, having babies, all that joy. Everything is joyful, but then there's a hint of something else. Can you see that?
Yes, but I'm pretty sure the death card is my dog.
It's nothing to do with you.
Oh, I know. I'm being a smarty pants.
You're a funny fucker, Sharon. Okay. All right, so that's this experiment. Let's get on to the next one. And Nilla's with Jason. Thank you very much. All right.
I'll do better next time, maybe.
But it'll just grow. But the one thing out of this that I hope you realize is that you're reading one card at a time. And I appreciate that you've learned them, but the point is then to even
Read the story.
just
See the story.
the whole story, yeah, the big picture. It's like, look at the tapestries, is much more significant. Okay, I'm going to come on in, Jason. Tell me what to do.
So what you'll do is you'll go to Katina's screen and remove spotlight.
Katina.
So if you're in gallery view, you'll need to go over to.
There's a lot of people here. I'm just trying to find Katina. No, I can't find Katina.
Law, make me a host again, and I'll deal with all this stuff.
Okay, doing it. Hang on. Okay. That's the host. That's not going to stick you in the middle of the screen for the whole fucking time, is it, Ari?
No, you paused to
No.
last time.
Huh?
You went into something else last time that did that.
Okay, got you in as host. So
So
Katina.
who's being read for now? It's Nilla and Jason. So Jason, I'll spotlight you now.
Yeah, I need Katina to be off center stage.
Yeah.
So there's 3 dots at the top and I can't find Katina. Can you please find Katina and undo the 3 dots so that she's not the center of it? You know what I'm saying?
I do know what he's saying, but because hang on, remove spotlight. There you go. And now I'm just looking for Jason. There he is. And then spotlight. There we go.
You got it sorted?
Sorted.
Okay, next up we've got Nilla and Jason. Jason, I'm going to go. Okay, so I want you to decide. Nilla, I really got to ask you first because of our relationship. I want to know whether you want to have your cards looked at or whether you would rather look at Jason's cards. Nilla, where are you? I think if you're game enough.
I'm totally fine to have my cards read. That would be great.
Right, over to you, Jason. You're then going to read for Nilla.
Perfect. So then if Nilla could be spotlighted so I could see her cards, that'd be great.
So also I am on my phone, so this is going to be a little bit tricky. Just bear with me while I get all of this interview for you, Jason.
Totally.
I will turn these around before we get onto the Australian and New Zealand mob, just so you know. Which means that Katina, if you can, you're going to be reading for Sharon next, and Nilla, if you can, you're going to be reading for Jason next, yeah? Just so you know. In case,
Okay.
in case you want to
I'm
go.
just trying to work out how to turn around my
Just
video
hold it.
so that it
Just hold it
faces my
like a
cards. I know, but I need to turn it around.
Oh, okay.
Like you were talking like that. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? I think I can turn it around. Can I
You
turn it
should be
around?
able to. Nilla, what kind of phone do you have?
It's an Android.
Just turn it sideways.
Okay.
Let me try that. Sorry.
There should be like an image or an icon that has like two arrows, like a arrow, two arrows in a circle. I don't know if you see that or not on your device.
On the top left.
Oh, yep.
Yep.
Cool.
Beautiful.
Here I am.
Right. Well, welcome, Nilla. If you could please shuffle your cards.
Oh, fuck. Okay. I'm just shuffling them without you looking.
Yeah. Jason needs to see you shuffling.
Nilla, when you get to the point of cutting the deck into 3, I'm going to need to be able to see that.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. Cut it into 3.
Sorry.
It's okay. Beautiful. Okay, so if we could discard the decks to that one and that one, yep, to the one in front of you and the one to the left of that, we'll be reading the one that you just picked up. Okay. All right.
For some
and
reason,
Nilla,
it's got it reversed.
Oh, okay. What is your star sign?
I'm a Pisces.
Okay. So you will be a person of cups on the table today. So if you could go ahead and pick up the whole pack in front of you and begin to lay a card from the top onto the center. And please flip it over. Okay, if we could lay a card across of that.
No, too many words. Just say cross it.
Okay. And then one above, one below, one to the left of center, one to the right of center, 4 up the side.
You get the phone in your mouth, Nilla.
No, it's just really tricky.
I applaud you for doing this one-handedly. And then 3 in a fan shape, please.
Let's see where I should do that so you can see it.
Yeah, if you could do it up by the Hierophant, that'd probably be the best.
Now I'm going to stand back so you can.
Okay.
How's that? I know it looks like it's back to front, but it's not.
No, that is beautiful. If you could just stay there for me, that would be totally rocking.
Let your eyes move, Jason.
All right. So right out of the gate, I see a situation that is very stuck-like, and that's keeping, it's very worrisome, keeping up all night.
What's it? Jason, don't be a coward. What's it? What's your central 3? Look at your central ones. The 2 in the middle and 1 to the left, 1 to the right of them. What are they saying?
Well, there's a health crisis.
Thank you.
I see like a health crisis with the Strength card and the Devil card.
Don't break them to pieces. Don't break them up. Just
okay.
Stay at your spade.
Yep. I see a health crisis that's pretty stressful.
Is it a crisis or is it an ongoing problem? I would say an ongoing problem. If I could interrupt, I would use the term health distress because there's no tower. So the word crisis doesn't apply.
Okay.
But the concept of a deep health problem does show up. Yes, keep going. It's not for your client though, is it?
No. Well, I would say yes because of the Knight of Cups, and Noah's a Pisces, so she's a person of cups
No,
that
a
shows
Knight of
up.
Cups is never a person. Don't you dare.
Okay. Okay.
Knight of Cups is an expression of trust.
Hmm.
It's a doing thing. They're always verbs.
Okay.
Go back to where you started. You were so on it, so don't lose that now.
Okay, let me just kind of get back in there real quick. So there is a health distress occurring, and this feeling of being stuck in it, and just really being in the
Is it a
process
feeling of being
of
stuck in it, or is it they just plain stuck? Can you stop with the feeling business?
you're stuck in it. And there's this sensation of trust and moving forward, knowing
What's getting to you is the King of Pentacles. You don't know whether this is a human or an animal. We've got a sick person in the middle. Come on.
Yeah.
Don't let me freak you out. Just keep going. There's a really important thing that's got to happen up the top.
There's I want to say, like, the three in the corner are really calling to me. Something about technology and
No, it's time sequence before they're out of it.
21 days to 72 days with the star card.
No, I'd be sticking. There'll be the three of the two of wands, three of wands. Is it two of wands or a three of wands? Can't.
Oh, it's a three of wands.
It's a
So 3
three.
weeks.
3 days, 3 weeks, or 3 months.
3
We're
months.
looking at the near future. It's not 3 years away. So it's obviously a health crisis that's going to continue on for a period of 3 days, 3 weeks, or 3 months before the star card says you're out of it. You're clear. That star card simply can say they're clear of it. Who else is in there? There's other people in there. We need other people or other critters.
There's a child of cups, or a water sign child, with the page of cups right there, and also a person, an air sign person, a Libra, Gemini, Aquarius. I want to also say the Hierophant's kind of talking to me too, with the person of swords, wondering about, like, if that's a marriage of some sort, like a union.
The marriage is in the person's consciousness that you're reading for, or the partnership's in the person's consciousness that you're reading for. You know, basically you're looking at somebody who's got cancer who's going to die, but it's expected, and it looks more like an animal critter than a human critter, which is very, very sad, but nothing to be done about it. Because the sphere of the environment is really interesting. The sphere, it could be a duck. You're not necessarily talking about even a four-legged. You landed on the page of cups, but that's the sphere of the environment, and so I've got a real strong sense of there being some kind of like odd small wetness, but it's like that could be a leakage that's happening. But the devil card and the strength card are your really strong indicators of, and you add them. Almost the Hierophant's irrelevant. I wouldn't mention it because it's no need. It's not really relevant. It's just a background. Sometimes you're going to get background hum of information, but I wouldn't be focusing on that all the time. The Knight of Pentacles, the King of Pentacles in this particular, very often the King of Pentacles will turn up as, no matter what their gender is, a Bob the Builder type person, somebody who's really, really handy with tools. And if that person has a problem with water environmentally or plumbing environmentally, then that's a superimposer over the top of it. But we've got
Laura, can I ask a question real quick?
Absolutely.
With with the trying to figure out whether it's a person or an animal, with the strength card to the left and the king of king of discs below, would that form a pattern to indicate a person, or I mean an animal?
The whole central theme indicates, I mean, the differentiation to do with a human animal person and a four-legged animal person or a winged animal person is really sort of difficult. And you can say to the person that you're not sure if you're looking at a two-legged or a four-legged. And don't worry that your person that's opposite you doesn't necessarily understand what that is, and they could be a fuckwit and not recognize the fact that people are people no matter what they're called as far as like zoological or anything. But the fact that it's traumatic, and it's not so much a trauma so much as it's a sense of real threat there with the devil card. And isn't it interesting, because the devil card is sort of like, there's all kinds of limitations everywhere you look, so that's really cool to see. Do you like the king or person of swords?
Are you asking me, Laura?
Yes, so do I like them. This is really interesting. So everything, so much of what you've got intellectually, but you're also working with this gut. So when I say, do you like the person of swords, the top there, there's a feeling going to go through you real quick. And the feeling from where I'm sitting looking at it, I like them. And there's no explaining that. I wouldn't pay any attention to the Hierophant because it's not grounded anywhere. So it's not really relevant. It could be in the person's consciousness. And when you look, if somebody is destined to die and they're going to have a funeral, and the person, I mean, I don't want to speculate, but it's like the star card really sees the situation over that's problematic. Is there mourning in there at all?
Yes.
Yes. And the mourning will be the result of finally. Sometimes it's when you'll get the spread like this. Beautiful, beautiful example spread of a person as either healer or dealing with health issues, either themselves or around them, where they're looking at what appears to be a deepening crisis in this particular scenario, that the eventual outcome, of course, is that person could lose a lot of people or lose someone they love, but it's really a really good death. Even though death card's not showing up, everything's indicating that it is, or the preventableness, the inevitability of disease preceding death is obvious in that spread. And the star card in this instance is going, oh, thank goodness that trauma's over.
Laura, with the high priestess in the up the middle, would that indicate that uncertainty of whether or not it's like there is going to be that death or that?
I'm not taking any notice of the high priestess card.
Okay.
It's really not saying anything. It's just sitting there.
Okay.
I mean, it's not pointing arrows at anything. You know,
I think my question is like, would it be adding that like unhidden or unknown element of like direction? I
wouldn't even go there. It's just let the feeling flood your body. Let the feeling go through your body without necessarily having to talk about it.
Okay.
So yes, you could take it all to pieces and see a sense of mystery in the entire situation, but then life's a fucking mystery, isn't it?
Yes.
Death's a mystery, all that's associated with that. Your main focus channels down into a V shape to that King of Pentacles at the bottom. So it's it's either going to be that person, or that person will be central at the time when their health distortion becomes obvious. So yeah, jolly good. And of course, what we're talking about is events that haven't happened yet, and they could be for anybody in the room, not necessarily Nilla in this instance. But it's like, there's suffering there. Very definitely there's suffering. Okay? And no, that person can do nothing about that, obviously. But that Knight of Cups gives you a little bit of sweetness to the whole story. If two things weren't there, I'd be terrified. One would be the Knight of Cups. That's there. The Star card are there, and they both alleviate the sense of dread. But the dread, those mid three cards, and add that to the Eight of Swords, you've got a dread situation that will go on for that Three of Wands. That's your time sequence before the lights come on. So you're on it. We don't know who the King of Swords is. We don't need to know who the King of Swords is. He hasn't turned up yet. And the Page of Cups in the environment can be, I mean, if this didn't have the strength card with it, I'd say the person has major problems with plumbing.
Hmm.
And it'd be that simple. You know, a little bit of annoying water or too much water in the wrong places. And that's why you need a Bob the Builder, which is the King of Pentacles. But the strength card changes that to a health dysfunction, yes. Seeing that? Are you getting that without the feeling? Can you feel it more than see it?
I can now, yeah. And I'm able to, I know I wrote you earlier this week about recognizing patterns when they show up. And I'm having done this and hearing you go through it, I can see how the patterns show up and how they relate to each other. So I appreciate this exercise.
It's a beautiful thing. Thank you so much. That's excellent. Let's get on to the next.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. We're going to turn this around now. Put them all together. Letitia, this took me forever to. Letitia, you're fine. I want to swap them around now. So, Katina, how stressful would this be for you to maybe lay out a couple of sentences for Sharon?
I'll give it a go.
Can you do that? Okay. All right. So, Katina and Sharon are on, and Sharon, you're going to be spotlighted because of your cards. So, Ari, if you can spotlight Sharon, we're going to swap it around because if anybody in America needs to go to bed, we're going to. Katina, can you see their hands?
I can.
Okay.
Ready, Sharon?
Just tell Sharon first of all. Say I've got a dental disruption.
Okay.
So I'm going to talk like a fuckwit.
Sharon, I've had some dental work done, so I'm going to talk like a fuckwit. So I hope you can understand me. Okay. So first, what star sign are you, please?
Sharon, unmute yourself, Sharon. Unmute, Sharon. Down the bottom left-hand side.
There we go. I'm used to being up top. Hi, how are you?
Did you hear all I have said already?
Yes, I have.
Okay. So what star sign are you, please, Sharon?
Virgo.
Virgo. So you might be represented as a Pentacles in the spread. Now, if you could please shuffle the card. And just when you're ready, just cut them into 3.
Okay.
Watch.
Okay, so now if you could please keep the middle deck and just remove the 2 on the side out of the way.
No, wrong.
Wrong?
Wrong. You're not watching. You didn't see the way she laid them out.
Hang on. Oh, sorry, it was the one on the right. I apologize. Can you, yeah, sorry. Yeah. So it's the one on my right. So am I seeing it reversed or?
You need to the person needs to remove the middle pack and the pack on their left.
On your left, yeah, that's
their left, not your left, my left, not my left, their left.
That's what I'm getting confused with. Okay, so now if you could turn the top card over, please, and then cross that one. Okay, and turn one card closest to you.
No, just get rid of the dialogue. Just say above it and below it.
Okay, got it. And now one below it. Thank you. One to the left.
No, to the right of center.
To the right
of center. That's their right, not your right.
Okay. That's why I'm getting confused. And then 4 to the side.
Let's see.
Ah. Isn't that funny? Ha ha ha.
Yeah, I know. I think I know what you mean by that. Thank you. Okay. So it looks,
Let your eyes travel first.
yeah.
What are we looking at? Simple.
Well, it looks like there's been a lot of worry, stress that's all come to head. It's all coming to an end. Something that you've been
What's coming to an end?
Something that you've been thinking about for a long time.
You don't be so lazy. What's the something? What's the thing? What's coming to an end?
Some sort of burden, some sort of stress that's been. It's a big stress of some kind. Something that's affected
You're missing the center.
Center.
You've got a property deal happening in here, a property scenario.
Okay.
There's a clue.
Is it loss of a home or moving from a home? I think what else it could be. Moving from a home, loss of a home.
We get the full card, Tom.
Yeah. It's some big change. I'm feeling like
somebody's preparing a property for sale somebody's preparing a property scenario. What you got to work out is whether it's somebody who's in a position of dealing with a will. And
I would imagine. I'm thinking it's from a will. Yes.
It may not be, because that justice card has got to do with contracts that are signed in association with a property, but the property is obviously not ready either for rent or for lease, because we're looking at a 10 of Pentacles, so it's a rented or a lease dwelling. It's a fucking mess.
Oh, of course, underneath. I see it now. Yep.
The 7 of Wands is getting on top of it.
Yeah.
The 10 of Wands is where they're dealing with it, and the Chariot card is where it's fixed. It's like looking at a line in a book. In the background, there's your Bob the Builder. Tarot's playing games with all of you because it's bringing up similar cards in different patterns.
It is. That's what I was going to say. It's a very similar spread to mine.
There is an interesting pattern in here, though, that's missing from the other one, which is very important. Let's see if you can pick it.
Can you say that again? Just what you just said.
The interesting pattern that I'm looking at, that you need to pick it.
An interesting.
Oh, okay. Can you look to the 4 up the side and see the Page of Wands?
So, Eight of Wands.
Page of Wands.
Page of Wands. Okay.
Page of Wands in the sphere.
Okay. So it's a young. Okay.
No,
so
don't talk over the top of me. Just wait. Look at the Page of Wands. Then look at the 3 up in the fan shape.
Oh, yep. I can just see them.
We're looking at the same person, because we are.
Okay.
You're looking at a very unstable human being. Now, is that Page of Wands the person's child? I don't know, because I'm not reading them. Is the Page of Wands the King of Wands? Absolutely.
Sorry, that last bit, the Page of Wands is the King of Wands, did you say? Sorry.
They're the same person.
Okay.
Which shows a long history of problems that your client will finally overcome. It's not your client's problem, but it's affecting your client, of course.
Which is where the similarity is with my spread, my reading. That Sharon did for me. That long.
Just leave it go. Page of Wands, King of Wands. What's that Imra? What's that song line? What's that string of pearls? Anybody ever had a child who is going through trauma and could be seen as a major problem? And sometimes it's really important when you see that child to know that the person will reach adulthood.
Okay.
This is one of them.
Okay, understand. I was just going to say maybe it's like long-term generational thing, but I can see now what you're saying. From a child, they will reach adulthood.
That's the superimposition with that 10 of Wands. It says the person you're reading for will assist or get that person through to adulthood. It doesn't say it's their offspring, but it shows that there's a superimposure over the property scenario. The secondary information in there, which is associated with the 3 to the side, is that we can never be certain whether that fire sign person, the king or queen of wands, it says king of wands, but I don't know the gender, we can never be certain that they're rid of the trauma of their childhood or their younger years. But they've been carried there. They've been carried to the point of, gotcha, I've got you to fucking 17, you're still alive.
Wow, okay.
Can you sort of see that?
Yeah, I can now. When you explain it so well, yes.
That's all you got to do is like get your. This is today. It's a bit.
Yeah.
You know, you've got this. You've got the salt and pepper, which is all you need to do, and then you'll deepen. But you will get a superimposure. So this is an incredible sense of stress for this person you're reading for, as a result of some guy.
Okay.
It does feel like a male penis human. But it does look like it's hardcore hard work. And yet so there's 2 things showing up on the table that's really tricky. Is he going to leave? This can be a situation. I mean, a perfect example is I had an ADD kid. I wondered if he was going to make it till he was 2, let alone 3, let alone fucking 49. You're always thinking, is this kid going to make it? Is this kid going to make it? Are the cops going to turn up at the door? Justice card. Is this a stress? Have I tried to think of everything? I've fucking tried to think of everything. I've tried to keep my whole head there and keep it. All I've got to do is head down and ass up and teach them what they need to know. And that teaching or that learning is enough. Is the King of Swords important? To a degree. But are they a background sign? Interestingly enough, your client is those 2 central cards.
The 2 of Pentacles, yep.
The 10 of Pentacles and the 9 of Swords is your client. That's they're working it. Whether that's however they've sort of sorted it out, their life out practically with so many different techniques. And of course it's caused them a lot of stress. This person will cause your client a lot of stress. But it's so fucking worthwhile. And of course the King of Swords could be a brother or a lover or a partner or another woman in this situation either, because the gender doesn't matter. But whatever it is, they almost seem to, they're not central, they almost seem to be standing by watching. Yeah?
Yep, I get that. Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
Put them, and you don't need any feedback because we don't know who this is for. So put them together and let's swap this around so that Nilla is now doing Jason, please. Thank you. It's a remarkable start for all of you so far, so thank you.
This right here is really helpful, especially with what I wrote you earlier this week, Laura. Like just being able to see it all is really, really supportive for me. So thank you.
Excellent. Okay.
You turn on your camera, Jason, because Nilla's reading for you now, and I'll spotlight you. There you go. Thanks.
You there, Nilla? Come in, Nilla. Where has Nilla gone? If I need to contact Nilla, I'll say where she's gone. I'm just going to try and find out where she is.
Here I am. Sorry, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Okay, cool.
I'm here. I feel like I'm going to throw up, but apart from that, it's all good.
Yeah, that was in your cards. Sorry.
Okay, Jason. Welcome to the table. Can you give your cards a really good shuffle for me, please? And I would love for you to tell me what star sign you are.
I am a Cancer.
So your indicator card that is going to be present in your spread will be a person of cups. Okay, what I would like you to do is to split that into 3, your deck into 3, please. Fantastic. Can you please take the deck that is on your right? And I would like you to discard the other two, please. Thank you. So you can place the first card down in the center and place another one over top, cross it, one above, one under, one to your right. Yep, one to your left, 4 to the side. And then over to your right, place 3. Thank you, 3 fan-shaped. All right, it's a little bit hard to see. I'm a bit blurry. Can anyone else see that his screen is a bit blurry?
I can't see anything.
Here, let me wipe the lens real quick. Sorry.
Thank you.
I don't use this web camera frequently. I'm sorry, guys. How is that? Is that supportive? Did that fix it?
No, you've just moved it a bit too far back. That's perfect. No, just make it out as it is, darling, without worrying too much.
Okay.
You should still be able to see them.
All right. Thank you. Just give me a moment, please, to just have a little scan. Jason, can you just organize those 4 that are on the 4 that are in a pillar? Just separate them ever so slightly so I can see what's going on. Sorry, I'm on my phone, so it's all very small.
One is the Knight of Pentacles.
Okay, can you also please show me what the card is that's under the crossing card?
The Knight of Pentacles.
I see, okay.
I'm trying to keep my mouth shut.
Thank you. I've got so many knots in my belly, I don't even know where to start.
Make it simple.
I remember this happening before. Okay.
Get your overall sentence. It's really simple. Where does your eye go first?
My eye goes to the Empress first.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Not where I go.
Where do you go?
Straight up to the 8 of Swords. Just straight up to the top 3.
Yeah, I can barely even see those 3.
I get is relief.
Like over and done with.
Yeah, this restriction's lifted.
Mm-hmm.
Where is the person? Obviously, I can obviously see a place.
Yeah, so they're in a place that is a city that's by the sea, sort of like a subtropical kind of environment. Oh, fuck, Laura.
I would just say lush, because that Empress card is just fucking lush.
Mm-hmm.
You know, there's a triplicity. If you look at the 2 of Wands, you look at the Empress card, you look at the 10 of Cups, you go, this person is exactly where they need to be. This person is exactly where they need to be. You've got a 4 of Wands beside it, which is that sense of celebration, but exactly where it needs to be. Have they got?
Well, and with it,
yes, they have.
Yeah.
But is that
have they got what? Sorry.
Is that a problem? No.
I missed that first sentence that you said. Have they got
to do? Yes. Is that a problem?
Yeah.
No.
No, because they're in an environment that it just is like makes it all okay.
That's got nothing to do with it. It just first of all tells you that the environment, an environment can be a way of living in it, because you've got the 2 of Wands with the Empress card with the 10 of Cups. It's almost saying the lifestyle, rather than a specific place. Do they have work? And the 4 of Wands, of course, is really interesting. I mean, I'm trying not to get involved in the idea of where sort of the COVID lockdowns, etc. But of course, there's a sense of celebration associated with it, 4 of Wands. So what are they waiting for?
That the restriction to lift.
Yeah.
And then it's like all systems go.
Yep, that's it. That's all you need to say.
In long-term sense as well.
Yeah, because the interesting thing about just as a beside, so that everybody's got it, with that Knight of Pentacles and the King of Pentacles, that can be a trick because Tarot's playing fucking games with it because it wants the King of Pentacles to turn up in every fucking spread. But in this instance, what it's doing, instead of the person showing up as the Person of Cups, it's looking at their business sense. And I get that from the 2 central cards and the Justice card. So restraints, for example, if I'm setting up a business, okay, I need to be business person. So I need to be a Pentacles person. Get me? All of my other personalities need to get out of the way in here. If I want to set up a business, I'm going to go through the New South, this is in Australia, for example, New South Wales or ACCC, to make certain that I've registered my business name, that I'm also registered for a tax break, because that Knight of Pentacles and the Justice card, it can be as simple as getting your big rig license done.
Yeah.
So that these restrictions are lifted because you're no longer restricted to a house or a home or just a dwelling place as well. So it also can indicate the movement, a person who's legally able to move, whether they're moving with their business, whether they're moving with house, anything. Also, the Queen of Wands could be a fire sign person, Sagittarius, Leo, or Aries. What do you think of them? First,
It's yummy.
Yummy. Yes, same thing. Okay. Are they in the environment of the person that you're reading for now or in the near future? Absolutely.
So there's also with it, the Page of Cups there, and that I am reading and looking at somebody who is a water sign. I feel like there's this coming of age faculty that is in here where it's really like getting their shit together in a way, in a really long-term sense, especially with the business-oriented things and the legalities that are around
And
that.
especially
so that
because the World card's right there, which indicates...
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So...
Yeah, the long period of time.
Absolutely yummy. Stick it together. Let's get on to the next person. Thank you, Nilla and Jason. Now we're into the Southern Hemisphere stuff, and a bit like, let's watch what happens here. First people up are going to be Letitia and Ari. Letitia is reading for Ari.
Oh, good. I can smell it. That was what I was looking for. Thank you.
Thank you. So we need to get the spotlight on Letitia. Oh, no, so on
No,
Ari's
spotlight
name.
on me. Yeah. I'll just get my camera sorted.
I hope that's not a patterned cloth, Ari. I'll get the shits if it is.
No, this is not going to be there.
There you go. You there?
My cards are on that.
Right, Letitia's there. Yeah.
Yeah. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, I can hear you okay.
Good. Can you please shuffle your cards for me, Ari?
Yes. Did you want to ask me anything else first?
No, I'll ask you while you shuffle. What's your star sign?
I am an Aries.
You're an Aries, so you'll be a Person of Wands potentially if you show up in the spread.
Okay.
When you've shuffled your cards nicely and nice and well, can you cut the deck into 3, please?
Yep.
And discard the 2 decks on either side and keep the deck in the middle. And with that one, put a card down in the middle, face up. Yeah, facing here. And cross it, please, with a card. And one above. One below it.
Okay.
Above the card. Yep, above. Yep, like that. That's right. One at the bottom.
I usually say above towards you, below towards me. Makes it easier. And to your right of centre, your left of centre.
Okay. Then to your right of centre. and to your left of center. And then 4 going from furthest away from you and then back towards you. No, further away.
The person said, okay.
Can't quite see those. Is there a way you can lift the camera up a little bit, Ari?
Yeah.
That's a bit better. Thanks.
This is like everybody getting a cheap reading for nothing. So it's a bit funny. And where's he gone? Where'd they go?
Where's he gone? I don't know. Where have you gone, Ari?
Have you gone, Ari? Get back,
Here I am.
get back where you were. We haven't finished yet.
Will we be doing this again next week?
Yeah, but we're going to hopefully get enough done today so that you can just practice during the week and we can do the Stargate next week. Let's go. What else do you want, Letitia?
The cards on Ari's right, the 4, I can't quite see them because they're kind of flat to me. So it's a bit tricky. I just need a sec to read over the pattern, Ari, if that's all right.
Anisha, it's the Lover's card.
Oh, and I need 3 cards also in a fan shape, please.
Thank you, Letitia. Yeah. As long as, yeah. No, but up the top's better. Very interesting, Letitia. Go.
Oh, I'm having a total blank, Law. This is terrible.
Really easy.
You say that.
Okay, can I ask you to have a little, I'll let your eyes roam from the things that I can see so that it helps you.
Yeah.
Middle section very definitely is an indication on 2 levels of waiting. 3 of Wands, 4 of Wands. Wait, wait. Nothing, nothing. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Then your eyes flick to the 3 of Pentacles, the Knight of Pentacles. The Magician card calls my attention to it, which is that person's sense of self or sense of being or who they are. And then I look up the top of those 3 and I've sort of got a warning about them. So my guts do, but they're talking. That top of the 3, by the way, I don't want to go giving it away. And then we've got a time sequence specifically as an outcome to this spread, which is the Lover's card.
Is that the top one right on the top up there?
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
Okay, so what are you looking at that's so obvious to me?
I've got no idea. I feel like I'm totally failing. I feel like...
No, don't forget the feel like. Just tell me. I know. Don't worry about do not worry about being right or wrong.
Okay.
Okay. Blech.
Someone's waiting on a decision from someone.
Pardon?
Is it a person waiting on a decision about a relationship from someone?
No, not at all.
I've got no idea. I have no idea.
Danger said he can't see the spread.
No, I can't really see it. Like, it's really reflecty. And those cards in the fan shape, I can't see at all.
Oh, that's tricky.
It's tricky.
Or you might need to shut that window off to your side, if that's what it is, off to your left. That makes it worse.
Is there a curtain that can be pulled?
It's a little bit better.
Perhaps even, yeah, just take the camera down a little bit so that it's a little bit closer. That's it. Okay. Can you hold it there, please, Ari? Can
Yep.
you see that now?
Yep, that's better. That's
There you
better.
go. Thanks, Danger. Gotcha. Okay.
So what I see is there's my eyes are drawn to the Ace of Pentacles, which is money, money, money coming.
Doesn't say coming. Don't add words to it. Don't talk in the future tense, talk in the present tense.
Okay. I see money. I see research involved.
Where? There's nothing indicating research.
They're doing it. They're doing research about something.
No, they're
Or
not.
being
You're looking at the Three of Pentacles, but you're calling it research and it's interviews. Come on.
Okay.
There's nothing to indicate research. There's no Emperor cards. There's no Temperance card. There's nothing to indicate research.
Oh, so that's the difference. Okay. All right. So there's an interview about something. There is money. There are it's coming away from something as well. I'm totally lost, Law, to be honest.
You're lost. Okay. Now the person concerned, look, there's a waiting period, which is the center.
Yeah.
You don't need to take them all to pieces, but the waiting period in the center is definitely a 3 or 4 month period of time, or March and April next year. It's definitely looking at that 3 and 4 together. That 3 and 4 is a really good indication there. Okay. Now the interesting thing between the March and the April. So if we take, for example, the 3 of Wands and we see it as the March of next year, and we take the 4 of Swords, and I know this is a bit tricky, but it's you get it after a while. Then you look at the Lovers card, which is the time of Gemini, which could be the June period. You go sort of going, oh, I'm sort of like trying to do the math and going, we're looking at April, May, June, July, or April, May, June, which is that 4 of Swords waiting for the 3, which is that March, April, May. Either way, you're looking at the time of Gemini. You're looking at a time sequence between what appears to be March or April in the center and the time of Gemini, which is the Lovers card, and the money is the message. It's the message rather than being just money. But that 3 of Pentacles is the person having discussions about money, because what they're discussing is that Ace of Pentacles. Now, is it just them, or is there a King of Cups or a Person of Cups?
Person of Cups involved.
May be involved to do with property or environmental issues. Up the top, those 3 at the top, talks initially about, it's almost the 3 is there theft involved? It's a very interesting question. You're looking at those 3 at the top. Thanks, Sharon. There's not a theft involved, but there is an obvious indication that to not at all. It's almost like a warning, because Tarot is chucking it all in together, that says don't do anything without there being paperwork, without it being in some way very, very focused around economy. Because that 3 at the top with the Pentacles and then the 7 of Swords and then the 8 of Cups is obviously showing the disappointment if they do things spuriously.
Okay.
If they do things spuriously or sneaking around, it ends in dissatisfaction.
Yes.
Okay. So you're looking at somebody who's dealing in here with a financial issue that will occur in a 3 day, 3 months, or 3 days, 3 weeks, or 3 month period, 4 days, 4 weeks, or 4 months period. Will there be money involved? Yes. Does that money need to be discussed and organized? Yes. Okay. That Ace of Cups would slightly bother me a little, because I look at the Ace of Cups and then I'm drawn to the Knight of Pentacles and the Magician card, and I'm going, I wouldn't necessarily, and the 3 at the top, and I say I wouldn't necessarily trust anybody or anything, while at the same time doing the discussions regarding whatever's going to be happening in association with money. So there is a matter of money. We don't know who the Person of Cups is. It's not irrelevant. But pretty much there is that this is not telling you, the spread is not telling you what the money's about. It's just assuring you that the 3 of Pentacles, the person in here needs to be is going to be very practical at what they're doing, to be able to have that money. What they do with it is the 3 of Pentacles. It's not telling you what they do with it. Okay? It is alarming a little bit to the person because of those 3 at the top and then the 9 of Swords, but it's not actually giving you the full outcome. So you would with this, you would need to go on to the next spread to see what that was about.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
And maybe the only reason that is flummoxed you, Letitia, is the fact that there isn't an outcome.
Probably. Probably.
And there's not always going to be an outcome. So that actually makes this a productive reading, a productive spread to know that there's not necessarily an outcome. And also the person of cups is interesting. It's worth on the odd occasion. Tarot will not bother with the star sign of a person, but if a person comes up of cups, would you ask for another card? Never. Sharon, never. Can you? Okay, it's gone now. Thank you. With the person of cups, the person of cups can very often be called is what I call Habibi. Habibi is an Arab word for the beloved. And a person of cups, adult, usually an adult, which is the king or a queen, can be the beloved. So it can represent someone who is sharing a space. It's not always. It doesn't happen with the pentacles. It doesn't happen with swords. It doesn't happen with the wands. But it does happen with the cups that somebody's saying, and that person could end up being a similar star sign. So to differentiate them from the same star sign, it'll say the person's a beloved.
Ah, that makes sense.
Thank you. Okay.
Can I ask a question about that?
Yep.
Is that all right? Can I ask a question?
Of course, please.
Just in talking about Habibi, especially would that be reinforced because the Ace of Cups is there, like
It's
connected?
Yes, it's established.
Yeah.
Yeah. That concept of the Ace of Cups as a foundation in this particular instance is where the person comes from, so to speak, in their dealings with anything. They come from that path of heart. Yeah? Okay. There's almost a bit of a juxtaposition. I'm sort of wishing it wasn't Ari that I was reading for, or that you're reading for, and it makes it a bit tricky because it could be somebody else. But the Magician card basically says they're used to getting their own way. Doesn't indicate that they haven't earned it, because the Magician card is always like got there, but it also is like, I'm not used to begging. And the Magician card is really interesting. So they've got to come from a very gentle place with the Ace of Cups when they're going to those interviews, which is the Three of Pentacles off to one side.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, thank you. Next person. Thank you very much, Letitia. Thank you, Ari. We'll swap that around as we go. Tanya and Nishka.
Thanks, Letitia. Thanks,
Ari.
Never say you're sorry. We're good. This is getting good. Okay. So Tanya is reading for Nishka. So
Hello.
Nishka need to be spotlighted.
Okay. How intriguing.
Is this going to bother you that it has stripes?
No.
Okay.
Hi. I'd like to take your deck of cards and shuffle them, please. And if you could inform of your star sign.
I'm a Gemini. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Let them know that they're a person of swords.
You will appear as a person of swords.
Keep your eyes peeled, Tan, for when the person.
If you could, when you feel ready, please split them into 3. So take the middle deck and disregard the other 2, please. Thank you. If you could lay them out, start with the middle and cross that, yes. And then to the top.
Above it, towards you.
Above, yes, that's it, towards you, and below your right and the left.
Here? Tell them
Yes,
what to do.
please. The right. Yep.
They're right of centre. They're left.
Right of centre, sorry. And then 4 down the side. Starting there, yes, 1. Yep, keep going, that's great.
Oh, we do never read reverse cards, by the way, just everybody remember, because that's a wank.
Yeah.
You can find as much bad.
And then if you can fan 3 out. Thank you. And you might need to take them up, the camera up a little bit, because I can't see the three.
Let me just adjust myself a little bit, see what I can do.
This is so fucking obvious. These are great. Sorry, Tan, don't mean to sort of interrupt you.
No, that's okay, because I feel like vomiting. So, you know.
Me too, Tarn. So you and I can vomit together on screen.
Okay.
But, you know, I quite like the V in the middle, like the world,
Anisha, they don't need to be in the reverse order at all. They're in the correct order. They're facing the camera.
But Laura, she put the first card to her left. The first card should have been to her right in the fan.
Don't worry about it now.
Okay.
Don't worry about it now. It's irrelevant to the spread in this instance. Yeah, she's not watching, but don't worry. There's a very central theme running through it, so go.
what is that top card in number 10 or that one? Oh, right. Like, I feel like, yeah. There's a like a journey.
No.
The night.
First card's a strength card, Sharon.
Oh.
Crowned by the Nine of Swords, which is a very obvious thing. Don't worry about my comments, Tan. I'm a smart ass, darling.
Well, you know, your law and I'm training, so maybe there was a...
Let your eye travel from the Hermit card to the 2 in the center.
Yeah.
And then the 3 of Swords, please.
There was a bit of a... Where's the 3 of Swords? Over here. Oh, yeah, right.
Signing off, Jason. Thank you very much for today.
Well, I am struggling, obviously. The Hermit card.
Hermit, mix the Hermit. No, not fight. Nobody else make a comment, please, about the reading.
No, I'm not even looking.
Stop, please. Okay.
What about the 3 cards in the cluster up the top? Can you hold them up, please?
They're external. They're not central to the main theme.
No, but I'm just looking. But I think it's got to do with the middle V thing. This one. No, I'm like lost.
Lost? It's really sort of easy. You ready to look?
Yeah.
The central themes in this particular instance are talking about an elder dying or being sick.
Yeah.
And in the Wheel of Fortune obviously indicates that this is, of course, an elder is going to die, get very sick. It doesn't show the death. But it seems to me, if I was to look at this, and yes, the Knight of Wands is significant, but I wasn't sort of taking that so much into account as to work out whether that person's going to have time to get to that person's side before they die, so that they can gain whatever knowledge they need to gain from that. Okay, but that's a bit tricky because the 3 of Swords is indicating that they would need to leave home to do that. And the World card indicates that there's a possibility that this elder could be in a different part of the world. Okay. The High Priestess card doesn't give you much because you don't necessarily know that the person concerned is involved in some form of spirituality at all. But it would give me an indication in this instance that there's nothing to do with, there's no hierophants, there's no emperor cards, so there's no indication of this being a straight or ordinary death or institutionalization, that it's not an old person that's in a home. Right. But it's the knowledge that a person will die. It's very likely that to be the Queen of Swords or the Person of Swords in the background, but it's not saying for certain. So I'm just looking very much at an old person whose health is withering. And I'm also going that this person is getting ready to travel to be involved with that person's story or ending. The 3 up the side is an indication, is just what they're just going to want to make sure that somebody else is okay. They're just going to check.
Right.
You see, if somebody else is okay. If somebody else is on board with this end of life story. And that's really all it says. And of course, with the High Priestess card in this particular instance, I would know that person was going to do ceremony around the end of life of that particular person. It is what it is, but it's not necessarily saying for certain. You'd need to know that by what your gut was picking up. But this is very much a preparation spread for a person's end of life. Yeah, because the animal body dies, doesn't it? And the Hermit card there is your really clear indicator.
Of the old person, particularly.
Of the elder person, the person who's eldish. Yeah.
But this is.
We don't know. We don't know.
Oh, other than the fact that it's my.
Nishka, don't guess.
Oh.
This is
Okay.
getting a reading. You don't guess anything.
Oh.
You never guess anything. And if anybody at all works with cards, I tell them to shut their fucking eyes.
All right.
So that if you're used to looking at cards, you don't try and self-predict, because that is an absolute no-no. Yeah?
I'm not trying to self-predict. I'm just a Gemini, and it's a Queen of Swords. And
Yeah.
that was
No, don't guess. Don't guess.
Okay.
Okay. That'll be in the background of that. Don't guess at this stage in time. Let it be, because it's not saying it's you. You're not that old. You're not a fucking hermit.
Oh, right.
The hermit was my age. Come on.
Yeah. No, that's good. Thank you.
Great.
Yeah,
Okay, that will be excellent. Thanks, Tanya. And Nishka will come back and reverse these soon. Put them all together. It's really easy when you're used to doing it all cards to see yourself in them. Please don't. Let the reader do what they've got to do without indicating that you might also be right. It's almost a taboo. In fact, I get people that I've taught to shut their eyes when they sit with me. Next people up are Fern and Steve, please. And Fern will be reading for Steve. So the spotlight will be on Steve.
Okay, so me.
Okay.
Move my camera.
Get my other-
Spotlight on Steve.
Waiting for his camera.
Okay, can you see that? Is that okay?
Luna, you just answer.
Yeah.
Unmute.
Is that okay? It's sort of more from above.
Luna, unmute.
Sorry. There's someone mowing my lawn right now. Just yeah, I can see it. Okay. Hi, Steve.
Hi, Luna.
Can you hear me?
I can, yes.
Excellent. All right. What's your star sign?
Cancer.
Okay, so you will be appearing as a person of cups. If you can please shuffle the deck. And whenever you're ready, you can cut it into 3 piles. All right, now keep the one to your right. Oh, sorry, to your left.
No, stop. Keep the one to your right, Steve. To your right. That's your fucking left. What part of left don't you get? That's your left-hand side.
Sorry, hold on a second. I think
Person said keep the card packed to your right.
no, it's the webcam. Just give me a second. Okay.
Okay.
They're the
So-
ones
so it's-
No, that's the left. That's your left. You don't want that.
Okay. So this one.
Yeah.
Great.
Person did say to your right.
Yeah. So I have to flip the vertical horizontal. Anyway. There we go.
All right, so grab your pack and put one right in the center. And can you please flip it over so it's
No, can
straight
you turn
for me?
to face you? Say face me, please.
Okay, excellent. Can you cross that one?
Oh, fucking tarot, you're such a fucking bloody bastard.
Now put one above towards you, one below towards me, one right of center.
That's
So the other side.
Other side.
Yeah. And then another one to the left. Yeah. And now 4 cards to the side.
Huh.
All right. And now 3 cards band to the side. Yes. Okay.
Now, what's the first thing you notice, Luna?
So first, Steve, can you please lift the one that's crossing so I can see the one underneath?
Yeah, but that's not the first thing you notice. The first thing you want to notice, what's your person's star sign?
Yeah, he's, oh my God.
They are a Cancerian.
There, yeah.
And what's in the sphere of self?
Yeah, the King of Cups.
Okay, that's a really, let me just interrupt you for a second. The really clear indication, if the person that you're reading for falls in the sphere of self, it's usually a position of strength and balance.
Okay.
Everybody please take note of that, because it's when a thing is in the pocket. It's a jazz term.
Okay, sorry, I was just writing that down.
Yeah, and then you can forget about that. Once you've gone, oh, okay, well you're pretty fucking straightforward and balanced. Let's forget about that for the moment. Then get onto the story.
Okay. Oh, I'm just gonna start saying things and hopefully something's gonna land. All right, so I see maybe some grief around an elderly woman. And I just have the meanings of all the cards just kind of bouncing. I'm trying to make up the story. Okay, so I'm now seeing the
country out of it.
Yeah, I'm now seeing the top cards in the fan shape. Probably something not working out around a rental situation or housing. I'm not sure if that's connected to this potential elderly woman.
Well, of course it is, and it's also associated with the hangman.
Yeah.
These are telling you a really clear story.
Yeah.
Don't forget, the Ten of Pentacles is not always a dwelling. It can be a house of money, like a bank or a...
Yeah. Okay. Would there be some inheritance?
No.
Coming in?
No Ace of Pentacles in there, no Justice card.
Okay. I was just looking at the Nine of Pentacles. Could maybe that's like a location, like a lush location?
No.
Okay, moving on.
It's a very sad spread, by the way. Very sad map. And once you get as much as you can out of it, I'll explain why. And again, we don't know who this is for.
Yeah.
But what is a very deciding factor, and it's a problem with today, that Ace of Swords. You don't ignore it.
Yeah, I was seeing I just don't want to assume. I know what
you know what it is, so fucking say it. You know
it's just
as well as
cutting.
you know as well as I do exactly what that's saying.
It's just cutting. Was someone stabbed?
No, it's the jab.
The jab. Okay. Ah. Okay.
And what are they going to lose out? What is going to happen for them?
So okay, so that person is going to be losing, yeah, their security, their financial security, and then they're going to be holding on to their money as much as they can.
Yep. That's pretty much it. It's really, really sad. It's the kind of situation you get when a person who's an elder doesn't get the fucking vaccination, ends up not being able to go into a home, for example. Okay, and up the top, those three at the top, their financial situation is totally fucking shit. They might have thought that they had enough to secure themselves, but they haven't. So, you know, actually spot on with that Four of Pentacles is there is an outcome in this instance, which means that they got to hold on to what they've got, because everything to do with financial institution is up shit creek. And it also can, I mean, it is a situation where a person, for example, this elder woman or this older woman, and an older woman could be someone who's 50, but she can't get a house and she can't get a home because she hasn't got the fucking money to do it. So what's she going to do? That's not really telling you the whole the whole spread. Would really interesting that the Ten of Wands, so that the Eight of Wands turns up near the Empress card, and I would automatically think that that had somewhere to do with, personally, if it's in Australia, which it looks like, the Eight of Wands with the Empress card is Mullum.
Okay.
Somewhere like Mullumbimby, it's definitely that kind of situation or that kind of environment. So which is like almost a lush touristy kind of area. Now, how does that affect your the person of cups?
So the Hanged Man.
No.
No.
No,
That's
you've already said what you needed to say. Everything else is like, I would then want to come back and go, what has this got to do with your client, if anything?
All right. Well, if they are usually in their strength and balance, maybe they're going to be feeling a bit unbalanced. And
no, doesn't unbalance them at all. All it's saying ultimately, because the person you're reading for is in the position of self and balance, is that this is happening around them or to someone close to them. It doesn't disrupt their pattern.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
But interestingly enough, I mean, if I can speculate a moment, if a person thought that they were going to get, for example, if they were renting a place, the place is gone because of the situation happening to the person, the woman. But it's like the Hangman's like, this is not a home, 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 this is fucking nowhere, I'm nowhere, this is not a fucking home.
Okay.
Yeah, and the Nine of Pentacles in this instance is saying that person could have been used to a quality lifestyle, and now it's not there anymore. And they're going, how am I going to deal with this, with that Four of Pentacles, when it's more limited than it was? And because the Ten of Pentacles is just fucking blown up in their face, and unexpectedly. And of course, unexpectedly is somebody in a situation where they could have, with that Ten of Pentacles can very often indicate something like a business or a cafe or whatever. Bam, there it goes. Everything's indicating a loss, and it's got to do with the property, and it's very definitely associated with that older woman, but she's not necessarily old, because the Five of Cups, even on the top of the Hermit card, says, oh, she might even get old.
Yeah.
She's definitely beautiful. But it's, you know, that's just obvious from the Empress card, but it's like, that's not going to save you necessarily when it comes down to the economy. And it's all focused around that fucking Ace of Swords. That Ace of Swords is not giving me... It just sits there, doesn't it? I mean, it's just sitting there. But sometimes you just got to say it as you spay it. In this particular instance, they're not going to get cut out. They're just being... It's a needle.
Yeah.
Now, they're either getting it or they're losing because of it. Some way or other, they lose out because of it. Yeah, so you know, it's pretty fucking close, Luna. Thank you. Let's get on with the next one.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Steve.
Put them together, Steve. The focus is now going to be on Anisha.
Thank you.
And they will need the spotlight on Shayoti. There's your house, isn't it? Hello. Lots of brown. Lovely. Mama. 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 Mama.
Unmute. Oh, okay. Sorry.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello there. Would you please give your cards a really good shuffle and tell me what's your zodiac sign, please?
Aquarius.
Great. So you'll show up as a person of cups. That's a king or queen.
Person of swords.
Sorry, swords. King or queen of swords. And when you're finished shuffling, could you please split the pack into 3? Could you please pick up the one to your left and discard the other 2? If you could start by placing the first card in the middle and the next one across. The next one to above, close to you. Then the next one close to me. To the right of center. To your right, your left. 4 to one side. And then 3 in a fan shape, please.
Sorry, it's a really tiny table.
With the fan shape, would you mind just making sure it's 1, 2, and 3? I think you reversed them. So the one at the bottom, the first card you put in the fan shape needs to be on your right. Yeah, and the middle one and the one to your right now needs to go in the middle. Yeah, thank you.
Sorry.
Thanks. Let me have a look. It's a bit blurry. I can't see.
Sorry. The lighting in the shed's pretty bad.
So I can see only about half of the cards clearly. I think the first card is the 3 of Wands.
2 of Wands.
2 or 3. 2 of Wands.
Wands. Okay, Anisha.
The biggest thing standing out to me, I mean, I'm not okay, right? Okay, can you see what's above the devil card? What's that one? Knight of Cups. Okay, thank you.
Okay, it's pretty clear. It's just a matter of how you grab hold of it. And because of the circumstances, Anisha, if you can scan all the middle ones and then realize that what you're looking at is what it is and it's going to freak you out saying it, but also realize that because the significator or the person is up in the fan shape to the left, It's an indication that what's happening is not to them, but that they are associated with it. And that immediately relaxes me, because I'm not going to tell the person, if I'm you, exactly what you know is going to happen, what they're going to have to deal with.
I see there is so I'm gonna say this. I don't know if this is the right thing, but I see there is a partnership that's not 50-50. There's an imbalance there, and in a way that it feels like a trap.
Nope. Look, let you. Can you look, can you look at the center first and see how okay that looks?
She needs to lower the camera.
Have you got your camera on or off? Could you can look at the center? Can you see how okay the center is?
Yep.
The 2 of Wands with the 6 of Wands. It's an okay center. Yes, you got me.
Yes. Yes.
Look to the left of that, the Justice card. To the right of that, you see the 5 of Swords, the conflict. In the sphere of the self, they're dealing with what appears to be the person's dealing with cancer.
Yes.
Or an addiction, but it's not an addiction because of the Justice card. Is the person that this is about going to die? Absolutely. Now, what's the strong indication in this particular instance to explain who this will be? And it's got to do with those 3 up the top.
It's in. So I see the Hierophant. I don't see what's next to it.
It's a 6 of Cups. 6 of Cups. So indication of the past.
An ex-partner.
Can you give me a statement of what's going to happen?
The ex-partner that they had a conflict with in the past is going to.
No, there's no conflict in the past. The conflict is is what's happening next. The conflict.
It's coming up.
It's coming up.
Yeah.
So those 3 up to one side indicates that the air sign person, Aquarius, Gemini, Libra, is already married.
Yeah.
Or in a marriage type situation, because the marriage is already in the past, but it's not saying that the marriage is over. That death card has nothing to do with that 3. The death card's got to do with the devil card.
Yeah, that's the person suffering from cancer who is going to die.
Yes. And what's the conflict though?
Cancer.
The center's fine. The center's fine. So what's to the left and the right of it? What does your client need to be aware of?
They need to be aware of there might be a legal document that they may have signed in the past.
Or no, nothing to do with the past there in the center. That's all up in the 3. Forget that in the center. Don't put words in there in the center.
So conflicts to do with a legal document they would sign.
And the legal document is likely to be a will. Get me?
Oh, yes. Yeah.
Because there's nothing wrong and there's no problem in the center. The problems are to the left and the right. They're your answers in this particular instance. Is your client going to be of assistance in this process of dispute? Yes. And what's your indicator that that's a yes?
Ace of Cups.
Knight of Cups. The Ace of Cups is like, because it's in this sphere of hopes and fears, which is never a reality. It's almost like, the Ace of Cups could almost be saying, can we just love? Can we just love? It's not an actuality. The Knight of Cups is the person's assistance towards a positive, productive outcome to the death and the person's fear around death and dying. You know, not giving you the faces of the people who are in conflict over the will or the legal document. But yes, you are correct there. That's exactly what that conflict's about. See, when you see the center being so calm,
Yep.
okay, and even the person's inside their brain or inside their mind or their awareness is that Four of Wands. So it's like, we should just be in joy over this. Your indication, your hint as to who it will be associated with is in your 3 at the top. So the person's, if they're, the person with whom they are or have been married, it's going to be, the death is about them or a person associated with them. That's why they're up the top there.
Yep.
Otherwise, why would it want to tell you about the fact that it's got to do with a marriage or a personal relationship that's already in existence? Which is the card of the 6 of Cups. So there are kids in there, could be. The 6 of Cups could also be kids. But in this instance, it's looking at the dispute over a legal document in connection with a property. Yes. Is it horrible? Absolutely. Are we dealing with somebody who's sick? Yes. Are they going to die? Yes. Is it going to bother your client all that terribly much? Where's the 5 of Cups? There's no 5 of Cups. Have you noticed what's not there? There's no 8 of Cups. There's no 5 of Cups. There's no grief. There's no
grief. There's no grief. Yeah.
Absolutely, Anisha. Excellent. Be very aware of what's not there when you see a spread like that. Yeah?
Yep.
Cool. Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
Put them together. Let's get on to Sarah and Victoria. And the spotlight will be on Victoria while Sarah does the...
Sorry.
You with us, Sarah?
Hi, anxiety levels high. Thank you. Hi, Victoria.
Okay.
Hello, how you going?
Look, I've been less stressed at other times.
Gonna work. Do we feel like that's okay?
It's good. We'll have to see when they come out that we might need to go a little bit higher, but let's check it out. Can you please give your cards a little shuffle and let me know what your star sign is? Oh, can you hear me okay?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Oh, sorry. I don't know if you just dropped out or if it was me. Can you give your cards a little shuffle and let me know what your star sign is?
I'm a Taurus. Can you hear me now?
Oh, you're kind of dropping out a little. Is that for everyone or just me?
I can't hear you either, Sarah. I don't know what your star sign is.
So you're going to show up as a person of Pentacles. So once you're happy with the shuffling, can you please split the deck into 3?
That fluffy rug is just an obscenity.
We're going to lose them amongst the fluff.
Oh, do you want me to fuck it off?
No, just keep going.
Let's see how we go. Okay, so can I get you to take the 2 outside piles and place them to the side and we'll work with the middle deck?
You missed it.
Oh, did I? Oh, sorry.
Shuffle them again and then cut them in 3. Watch this time. People are always going to do it differently. This is why you've got to watch.
Sorry, yes, I can see now. So can we take the middle pile and the one to your right and place them to the side and we'll work with the ones that are on your left. Now, can I get you to place the top card in the middle facing towards me and then cross it? And then place one above close to you and one below close to me. Then one to your right, so the other side, yep, and one to the left. And then 4 along the side.
Can you move the whole lot slightly over to your right, please, Victoria, because we can't see them, that's it. Such fucking daylight people.
And then can I get you to fan 3 to the top close to you? That would be fantastic. Now, I am having a little bit of trouble seeing them. So if we could, is there any way we can lift up a little tiny bit?
Okay.
Lovely. I'm sort of only seeing the top though.
Oh, sorry. Can you see?
Yeah, I can. I just can't see the top 3 now, or the outcome.
Bit higher.
Stand up more.
Okay,
Okay.
I might
You're
have to.
very close and nothing could be seen all at once. Just letting you know that the whole lot is not your phone is too close. So that
Oh, I'm so sorry.
okay, so nothing is obvious altogether. We need it all together. So move your phone down to away, go around the back, go around the other side where your phone is or your camera is. And
Oh,
just
sorry. I'm so confused.
yeah, you just lift it up and up, up. That's it. Thank you. Stay there. Lovely. You're stuck. Off
Okay.
you go, Sarah.
What am I saying? I'm seeing grief down the bottom. Something to do
Come on,
with.
look at the whole thing. Don't miss out. You can see the grief, and it's better not to talk out loud about it. Just get your mind around the pattern. And the pattern is so sweet, but careful.
Okay, can you tell me, is the top in the fan, is the 3rd card there? Is that the Hierophant?
Yeah.
Yeah. And the 2nd card in the place of environment, is that Temperance?
Yeah.
Yes.
So what am I saying?
Okay, Rebecca. Awesome. See you later. See you soon. Mwah. Now this is really, really, I know it's annoying to say this, but it's actually really simple.
I'm kind of.
You only need the one sentence. What's your first indication? When you look at the whole thing, you let your eyes wander from one thing to the other. What happens to your body? What do you feel in your body? What's the first thing?
I'm feeling a sense of like trappedness.
You're
and,
feeling a trap, and I'm just feeling such relief I can't begin to tell you.
and then like I'm moving away from that, like a.
Okay, you go. You tell me what you see.
I'm seeing
Center
so
is
situation where everything feels trapped, stuck, unable to move.
there's
and
no indication of traps anywhere except the top in the fan shape, which we're ignoring for the moment.
Okay.
What's the first thing that grabs your attention in a line from the left-hand side of the page to the right-hand side of the page, as if you were reading a story, and that's all the central things, all the central things. So Moon card, 10 of Wands, Knight of Cups, 5 of Cups, 2 of Swords, 8 of Cups, 3 of Wands, clear as a fucking bell, will guide you. Look, I want to grab the person opposite me and say, darling, everything will be okay in about 3 months. That's the first thing, because you're looking at the near future, and that 3 is an indication of timing.
Yeah.
But what are they moving from and to? And how fucking hard is it? But how on top of it are they?
So there's. It feels like there's a huge burden that they're moving away from, but they've got it. It's going to be
Moving away from what?
like there's like a burden or a.
Sorry?
I'm seeing like a burden or a something. I'm not sure.
No, they're moving away from despair and disillusionment. Look at the fucking moon card. Is this a short time or no? Of course not. Not with the 10 of Wands, not with the 8 of Cups.
So in terms of the outcome card, are you playing?
I don't take any notice of any outcome cards at this stage in time. There's a warning with that one, but we'll get to that. I really want you to see what's happening for this person.
So they're taking the step to actually move away from a situation that is missing something. It's
It's
not
emotionally despairing. Come on.
not serving them.
Have we got an indication that this has got to do with a past relationship or a relationship that's of significance? Yes, but let's not focus that on too much. It's maybe watching them moving away from the Moon card through the Five of Cups, through the Eight of Cups. See them how they're moving from the Moon card through the Five of Cups, through the Eight of Cups. The Ten of Wands is an indication that they're not dropping their bundle. The Knight of Cups is saying, trust this fucking process. Do they have to tread eggshells and be careful around the house, home, living environment with what they choose, with how they are to do with home? Yes. Is there a time sequence for this to fulfill itself? Yes. 3 days, 3 weeks, 3 months, or 3 years. This is the kind of a spread where you go, everything you are doing, mate, you are doing well. You are moving from troubled waters to calm. You need to be careful not to fall backwards, which would be that outcome card. That Seven of Swords is where they need to be very careful not to allow a situation that has depressed them or repressed them to occur again. That Ten of Wands is an indication they've got all the information they need. They've got everything they need to get them through that. That moon card can even be a hormonal dysfunction. Whatever it is cause grief. Mm-hmm. But they're moving from that. Look at it. It's so empowering to your client.
That's the knight. Is it the knight that's moving as well as the Eight of Cups?
It's the Knight of Cups with the Ten of Wands together. It's like such a productive and fulfilling sense of, I can handle everything now that I can see clearly. The Moon card is through, it can be through a glass, but darkly. That sense of I can't see clearly. It's nighttime, it's dark, it's moonlight. But the Eight of Cups is also moonlight, isn't it? But they're walking away from whatever it is, that Five of Cups that gave them despair. When you've got your bundle, when you're able with that Ten of Wands to handle it all and to deal with it all, and you're really learning to trust, which is that Knight of Cups, yes, it's tenuous with the Temperance card. It doesn't indicate it's got to do with a person either. It's more of an indication that it's got to do with the Emperor card, which is a state of being in a structure that you don't want to be in.
Oh, it's so obvious when you say it.
Isn't it obvious? It is obvious, isn't it? Yeah. Two of Wands, look, Two of the Sword. Look at their silence of the mind.
Yeah.
Shh. Don't discuss this with anybody. Don't. This is like no.
And so with the top, what would you read into that top card?
Which one?
Is it this? I can't see. Is it Seven of Swords?
Yeah, I would just be very aware of telling that person to just watch out they don't fall in the same pattern ever again. And fucking ever.
Yeah.
And you watch, that person will nod at you.
Yeah.
Can I ask a question about that, Law?
Yes.
Would that indicate also then that they are forming strategy or like being strategic about how to manage that situation?
Absolutely.
Like
that'll be
using their cunning.
Yeah, that's almost like your gift as a reader to give them that information about being wary. And because they've got the Ten of Wands there, they will know how to do that. Because that Seven of Swords is their strategy to avoid ever falling into that pit again. That's exactly it. You know, you can superimpose way over the top of that and look at the psychology industry. So I could change the subject radically and go, okay, let's look at the way psychology or psychiatry with that Empress card is taught. And let's understand how it doesn't relieve depression. It doesn't relieve despair. That process doesn't necessarily work. Because the Temperance card can also indicate the incredible balance you've got in your home to do with your nutrition, for example. And what you bring to the home, what you take from the home. And there's a slight hint of an indication there because of the marriage card that's up the top. Very much in families, a person who wants to look after their nutrition or gets themselves out of a position of despair does so because of nutritional regimes. You know, somebody who's eaten a lot of sugar and's got type 2 diabetes, how the fuck are they going to get out of that? By regulating their food. And therefore the temperance is that sort of bridge over troubled water, so to speak. It's that really capacity to deal with that in the home. Does that often happen when there's a sort of like a situation that with the Emperor card and with the Hierophant card where you've got a traditional relationship? No, because most of the time a person's kids and their husband's going to say, I don't want to eat that shit. I want my pizza, thanks. So there's that. But you don't need to go there unless you really need to find those two situations. But the one thing is that they're going from a fucked up scenario where they have had little faith and they haven't been seen and they haven't been heard and there is despair, which is the moon card, right through that things haven't worked out straight away. Do they work out? Yes, they do. So again, it's a really upbeat spread. Can you see that?
Yeah.
Anybody else?
I have another question.
Yeah.
Also, with the Temperance card and the Emperor card being next to each other, as I would, to me, what comes with that is that there's a relationship with pharmaceutical medication, perhaps that is being addressed.
Could be that would be in the second scenario to do with like the depression and the way people sort of like do that. But because one falls in the sphere of hopes and fears and one's in the environment, I don't see the relationship between the two.
Okay.
It's worth letting your eyes flick over them very definitely, but my central theme is the moon card, 5 of cups, 8 of cups, and that 10 of wands in the middle is like such a fucking relief. Yeah. And it lets them know, with the 3 of wands there, it says a little bit further, just a little bit further. It doesn't even necessarily be a time sequence, but there's definitely a sense of a little bit further. Because the 3 of wands can be 3 days, 3 weeks, 3 months, or 3 years. But it's just indicating, just fucking with that Knight of Cups there as well, and that 3 of wands are going, just fucking trust the process because it's just a little bit further.
So with that, with the Hierophant there.
The Hierophant up the top there is indicating the concept or the construct around marriage or long-term relationships, very definitely.
So that's what I was going to ask about. Like, is it that the part of it that they're getting out of a marriage? Like that's part of the leaving.
It may be getting out of a marriage, but can you lift it up a little bit so we can see those 3? Just lift the phone up a little, tilt it upwards. Yeah, that's it. Up a little bit higher, a little more. Okay, so that's it.
Thank you.
It's not necessarily a marriage. It's a change of the person's relationship to the concept of marriage. So the 8 of Swords, this is where it's difficult without doing an actual reading, because the 8 of Swords there is an indication that either they've never got that dream fulfilled or their connection with the idea of relationship has changed radically from that which is limiting and binding. And that's all that says. That's all that says. It doesn't tell you no other outcome, nothing else. And that's when you get to the center that you realize that they're moving away from that despair into a state of equilibrium. Again with that Temperance card, which is, it's just as a first card and a throw out to do with reading. It's just the first thing automatically is it relaxes the person. It's going to relax the person that you're reading for, because it's so fucking, thank fuck that's over. They haven't quite finished it with the 5 of Cups. They haven't got quite finished that grief and despair of being so misunderstood or misrepresented with the moon card. But yeah. Excellent. Cool. Let's get on the next one. Thank you. Michelle, you are next in the spotlight and Kate is reading for you. The t-shirt. Yeah, I know.
Okay.
Thank you.
This is so much fun.
I know. Thanks.
I mean, it's terrifying, but it's great seeing it roll out. I love it. I'm buzzing.
My right knee's gone to sleep. Oh! Okay, nice setup. Thank you. You need to move that fucking box out of the way. to start with. Michelle? Shell, you're on mute. Shell, you're on mute. Unmute yourself. That's it. That way we can hear you farting all the way from here to it. Okay.
Hi, Shell.
Hello. I'm just trying to sort this back out. So you couldn't see what? Can you see the tablecloth there?
Yes, I can see. I
Oh,
think
beautiful.
Laura would ask to move the box, maybe the tarot box.
Oh, this?
Yeah, get rid of it. Thank you.
Oh, got it. Okay. And I'm sorry, who's leading?
Those wooden chairs over the other side of your table, you need to sit in one of them.
So, Shell, I'm
Oh.
reading for you. Kate, can you
Yep.
see me?
Thanks. No, I can't, Kate. Sorry, I'm on my phone. So I'll
Okay,
just.
that's all right.
If
I
you
can see you. I can't see. I just will need to be able to see once you've shuffled. If you want to start shuffling the cards.
Yeah,
Just
I'll sit in one of the other chairs so you can see me.
You
And
need
then
to balance your phone. We'll take 2 seconds while you put a cushion on either side of your phone or a book on either side of your phone so that you can balance it. And anybody without the correct tech to be able to do this long distance, I suggest you sort of like spend the money and getting some decent tech.
Is that adequate the way it is now?
If you tilt it down a little bit more, I think will be better for the table, but it's hard to see until the cards go out. I think that will be better. So, yep. And if you're sitting in the chair opposite.
Yep. Sorry, I'll get there. Bear with me. Sorry, I thought I had this set up before we got to this point.
It looks pretty good. Nice white cloth. Nice and clear.
Okay, so hopefully that'll stay and I'll move around the other side. You got me?
Great.
Beautiful.
So just taking time
So-
to have a shuffle. And Shell, what sign are you astrologically?
I'm an Aquarius.
Aquarius. Okay, so you might show up as a person of swords.
So Kate, sorry I can't see you, but I can
That's
hear you.
okay. That's okay. So just shuffle until you're ready.
Okay.
And then if you can break the deck into 3 piles for me, please. And we're going to work with the center pile today. So if you can move the left and the right to the side. And then you can start by placing 1 card in the center. And then cross it. And then towards you, above, but towards you. And then below.
Can you see that?
Yep. And then to your right of the center. To the left of the center. And then at the bottom, we're going to do 4 up the side. So the bottom of the run up the side. Okay. Okay, and then fanning 3 in the top corner there. Ooh. A bit of a betrayal, something a bit painful up there. Definitely some pain. What is the first one up there of the top? Sorry, is that
Queen of Pentacles.
Queen of Pentacles? It is. Got it. Yep.
Ignore those 3 for the time being.
Okay. So, whew. Yeah, it definitely looks like a situation is coming to an end. You've worked hard on something and it's like time to walk away, though. Again, there's this theme here of needing to move on. There is a sense of, having strong support around you. There's women around you. There's a lot of beauty. Environmentally, I feel like you're, there. What am I getting there? Something about.
Ignore that. Don't.
Okay, don't go there. So we're sort of walking away. There's a legal situation here that we might come to, and I'm feeling like, like something to do with your. It feels more work related with all the wands rather than emotional. Feels like it's kind of something to do with your work that you're walking away from.
It's interesting because if I can interrupt there, that 10 of Wands with the World card is very often a cooperative.
Okay.
And then
so it's like
the cup that makes a lot of sense. But it can be a person who's working in a centre or a cooperative or a community centre or a particular group that's obviously working in a group centre.
So that's a collaboration piece. That's sort of like you're working in collaboration. Okay, cool.
And who's the greatest ally they could possibly have?
The Queen of Wands.
Absolutely.
Yeah. She looks really strong there for you. It's like there's a strong female, a lot of strong feminine energy there with the Three of Cups and the Eight of Cups. So surrounded, maybe working with women.
Cups, my Witches of Eastwick card.
Yeah, I love them. So yeah, it feels like maybe if we're looking at a cooperative, then is it to do with women or a women's centre or a women's refuge?
Fuck yeah. Quite likely. Yeah. What are they got to deal with? The one thing they got to deal with?
They've got to defend themselves.
No, they've got to deal with the cops. They've got to deal with the legal system.
Oh, that's up the top there. Okay,
That's the only thing that they've got to deal with, and once they've got that sorted out, and look, the whole thing then, Kate, makes that Queen of Pentacles make sense.
Right.
Because she needs to get away.
She needs to get away, and this is again like the working away in the bottom, but even though it's in the self, is like people who need refuge, who need to get away from a bad situation.
The one at the bottom, the Eight of Cups, is an indication that your client has been through this themselves.
Right, that they understand. They've had to walk away.
They
you know what it is to walk away, and you know the struggle of that, and you're creating a space to support others. See, because the Eight of Wands at the top again has that sense of defensiveness, like protection that you're providing.
I think they're very, very there looks like the Ten of Wands with that Nine of Wands are very, very close together, because their wording needs to be correct. If they're going to approach a judicial system, they need to have the paperwork completely pucker, yeah?
Right. So that's the warning, is that things could fall apart if you don't protect yourself legally.
No, it's not going to fall apart. There's no falling apart. That the person's already
The
on
Tower?
the ones. They know exactly how things need to be worded. They also know how to listen. See, the very important indication here is the Eight of Cups and the Judgment card says this person's already out of the situation of trauma. So you're absolutely spot on. But the Judgment cards are already happened for them. So they've gone through this change of life already.
Yep.
And now comes the hard
harvest.
Fabulous but that's fucking fabulous though, with that Three of Cups and the Ten of Wands. They turn up together. It's like fucking fabulous, darling.
So with the top there, up the top there though, because the Three of Swords for me with the Tower is
that's
a bit of a warning.
That could be
the legal.
Yeah, but it's not for your client. It's like it could also represent the symbolic trauma that a person has getting away from a situation of where they're in danger, getting out of a situation where they're leaving a relationship of whatever description, with the chaos that goes with it. So that's what those women are doing. That's what that collective is doing, is dealing with all those scenarios. A really good example, like somebody that I know, I wanted to get that sorted out, so I approached someone involved in the legal system, or women, because there's virtually no women's refuges in Melbourne. So I went ahead, and somebody I know who's working in that field had all the answers I needed as to where they could go. The person concerned I'm talking about is a screw in a women's prison, interestingly enough, who's left that job behind and is now working in a women's shelter. So having all the legal information is always so pertinent when you're working in a scenario like that. So that more than being an actuality, that Queen of Pentacles can represent the symbolic or the symbolism of a woman who's going through this separation and it's not working. So who are you going to call? Ghostbusters. Okay. For the Judgment card is those transformations of life that a person needs. You can't do that on your own. You've actually got to have pack. That Three of Cups is pack. That person concerned that you're reading for is able to deal with the paperwork, is able to take on that responsibility. It's a fucking beautiful spread in the midst of what could be danger for other people, not for your client. You can see that?
Yes. Yeah.
And the fact that the Justice card in this instance is an outcome says, on it. Gotcha. You're on it.
Yep.
Yeah.
So be prepared for potential legal situation, but get your team, if you draw on the team and the strength of the team.
With that Ten of Wands and the World card and the Four of Cups, it's a situation that reminds me, if I can use an example, in Fletcher Street in Byron Bay, there used to be a centre for what was called the homeless. Just recently, it's been completely refurbished. We need the legal paperwork, though, to be in the names of the people who are the collective. See that?
Right.
Justice card is where the piece of paper is achieved. It's not a warning. It's an actual outcome.
So it's an important thing to make sure that they have their legal setup and their legal structure.
No, you don't have to advise them. They will do it.
Okay.
They simply will do it. There's too much. That 10 of wands and that 9 of wands is saying, oh, well, nobody fucks with me. They're so on it. Seriously. And not just them, but the group. Yeah? Can you see that? So that the justice card then becomes, it could even be somebody who's training to be a lawyer or a cop, but there's no indication of education in there. So we can see what's missing or what's not there. So therefore we know what it isn't. But that they've got the justice card is absolutely saying we have got now the legal rights associated with this project. Absolutely. Clear as a bell. Fabulous, Kate. Okay, fabulous, Shell. Stick them together. Let's go on to the last one.
Nice and clear.
Oh, I think the last one we've done that so far. So we are going to then reverse them. Starting with Ari and Letitia. Letitia sort of buggered off, has she? Going to do suckle babies or things. But we'll take.
I'm here.
You are there? Okay, we'll take a 5-minute break for urinating purposes. And then we're going to come back and reverse what we just went through with not necessarily Northern Hemisphere's done. Katina, have you done Sharon? Did you do that? Yeah, we've done all the Northern Hemisphere stuff. That's all sort of sorted out. So we're going to go back, and the next one is going to be Letitia and Ari, where Ari is in the spotlight and Letitia is reading. Is that the way? Or no, it was the other way around. So Letitia is going to be in the spotlight and Ari is going to be doing the reading when we get back.
Gabrielle also just asked if she could have a go. I don't know if you saw that. That just came up on the group thread. Perhaps she has to go.
Where's Gabrielle? And I don't know where they are.
She came in a bit late.
I didn't even have Gabrielle on my list. Why didn't I have Gabrielle on my list? Where is Gabrielle? Come talk to me. If you're in the room, come talk to me.
Yeah, sorry. I was on mute.
Can't see you.
Hi.
No,
Maybe.
where are you? Can't see you.
I think it's pinned on something.
If you're talking, you should be turning up in front of me.
I'm over here. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but I can't. Oh, there you are.
Hi.
Hi. Oh, so Gabrielle, I haven't got anybody to put you with. So what I'm going to do, because I haven't got anybody to put you with, Gabrielle, because I didn't hear from you, I didn't have any indication that you were going to be here today or not. Nothing has come through. I thought I was organised. Excuse me for not being.
Sorry, I emailed you yesterday. I couldn't see what was in the Facebook group this week. Sorry about that.
Okay, so what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to use you as both sides, which means at this stage in time, today, honestly, I'm going to have to get you to sit out and just watch. Can you do that, please? All right.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll sort of sort it out like next week as well when we go on to the next lot of pairings. So we're going to take a wee break and then come back and we'll do Ari and Letitia. Is Ari still there? You still there, Ari?
Yep, I'm here.
Okay, so we're 5 minutes. I'm just going to pause the recording.
Okay.
I have a more sympathetic.
Don't you dare shut up. I'm just enjoying the fucking conversation.
Well, I have this memory of doing this in one of the previous classes and Tara coming in and going, well, why am I going to tell you what's going on when she's sitting here in the room and laughing at me, like just being like, no, there's like the main line is here. And so Nilla, you're only going to get minimal.
It's also worth remembering that nobody knows who you're working for, who you're reading for. Each of you is going to think somebody reading your cards is reading for you, and I told you that's not going to be that way.
You haven't had a turn yet, Ari, huh?
No, I'm about to. Let's see.
I think it was really interesting. Yeah, I was really able to see a lot with everybody else's spreads rather than the one that that was laid before me for me to read. Everyone else's was it was much more available to me. That was an interesting sort of notation.
I found that as well, Miller.
Yeah, right. That's good to hear. I think that these little sub conversations amongst the group on the side are really important, so that we don't, you know, don't feel too jaded too quickly about all of it.
Probably because there's less pressure as well. If it's someone else's, you know, and you don't have to verbalize anything, you just see it and you see what the patterns are, and Laura's saying something and you can connect those dots and you're like, okay, yep, I see the kind of picture. But it's tricky when you've got, you know, it's like you're on a stage, all of a sudden the spotlight's on you, like bang, okay, go.
Yeah, like literally the spotlight.
Yeah,
literally.
Yeah. I feel like as we're getting further into it as well, it's like the ice is cracked. Like the most recent spreads, like the last 3 or 4 that have been done, are much clearer and easier than the initial ones. That in just the nature of maybe we're warming up, and in the looking also. Is anybody else finding that, like that it's getting a bit not quite so like I'm gonna vomit, even just in looking at others?
Yeah, I think like just learning to read left to right was like someone switched a light on in my brain. I was like, oh, it's obvious.
Yeah, that movement thing.
Yeah, like just being able to see, you know, I'm not looking at the dots so much anymore. I think that's what it is.
Yeah, the dot things never is not in play somehow. I've got a chihuahua
Thank
barking.
goodness I don't have the only dog.
Okay, well, tell me when to start, Laura, and I'll just go for it.
Okay, we might as well. We'll start if you want. I've got a fucking bird on my head. You're fine.
I can't even see it, but yeah, there is. Yeah, right. Yeah.
Animals, by the way, animals love tarot. Babies love tarot. I don't know what it is, but it's like this. They go, oh, nom, 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 nom. Want to be here.
Speaking of nom, 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 are you done with the chucking?
I've done with the chucking. Thank you. Sorry, I forgot to put it away. We are doing. Artie is doing from K to everyone. My cat always comes close. Yeah. When it's like I've had a fucking cat scratching at the underneath, and the paws doing this under the door to try and get in. Hey, they fucking just every animal and babies. It's particularly when I've predicted the babies. They're hilarious. They fucking sit on the mama's knee or the papa's knee on the very edge, looking at me and grabbing for the cards.
I've got a question about that. What's do you have an age limit to who you read for?
Pardon?
Do you have an age limit to who you'll read cards for?
I won't read for anybody who's not in control of their own life, so I very rarely do anybody under the age of about 16. 17, because they're going to be able to it's a personal ethic that says how much can a young person cope with. They're going to keep on wanting it, but if I'm going to see the death of their mother, how's that going to affect them?
Yeah.
I just think you've got to be a little bit careful. I will read, however, for people that are at death's doorstep, and I have, and that's worthwhile. It's quite astonishing. Like I was saying to somebody last week, I don't know who I was talking to, probably one of you, about how I read for a person who was dead within a week they had full metastasized cancer, and who was I talking? Was it one of you or somebody else? I don't know. I'm just dealing with too many people. That person had been one of my students and then had traveled around the world and came back with full-blown cancer throughout her entire body, and contacted me just the week before they died. And it was, oh, this was a funny little story. Sorry, I'm interrupting your work, but I'll tell you the story so that you're aware anyway how big this is. So I did Noni contacted me, said, can you come over? I've got my cards in the garage. Just use my cards. I'll use my cards. So I drove over to her place, and her doula, her death doula, was getting her out of the bath. And she was on some really, really good drugs, whatever it was. She was like blissed beautifully. And we went into her room, and I know who I was talking to. We went into her room, and I went in the garage and got about 32 cards is all I could find. I said, we're just going to have to put, I mean, how much of a future have you got? We were laughing. It doesn't sound particularly funny, but it was at the time. Like me having a fucking bird on my head is hilarious. I'm trying to be really serious and deep and mystical, and I've got a fucking parrot sitting on my head. Nothing takes away one sense of austerity like that. Anyway, so I went to Noni's place, got her 32 cards, and chucked out 3 cards. And I do still remember what the 3 cards. I used fucking. The host has spotlighted your video for everyone. Okay.
I needed to see the bird closer.
This is Bird Person. Bird Person is the honoured friend of the person sitting opposite me. Bird. The Bird Person kind of likes me because I've got the same kind of green on my hand. Anyway, they had 32 cards. Noni had 32 cards, and I chucked out 3. And it was an Ace of Pentacles, and a Strength card, and an Ace of Wands. And my answer to them about their future was new matter. And it was one of the most profound moments that made no sense, but she sat there and went, that makes fucking sense. And I went, yeah, I know, it's weird, but I can't quite describe how it does make sense. So Noni and I sat there because she said, if when I'm dead, I'm going to try and make contact with you afterwards. And I said, okay. So we thought of whatever it was that she could contact me with when she'd had a body death to let me know, hey, it's still here. And we sat for ages, and the doula wrote all the messages down, and eventually she came up with the idea of a flower on fire. She said, so when you see a flower burning, you're going to know it's me. I said, well, that's rare. Okay. That was the deal. Then she died. Within the same week, she was dead. And Noni was part of a group in the Byron region called Sannyasins, and they kept amongst themselves. And one of their best buddies was a person named Damini, who was a singer in a band called Tane, and was involved in the wearing of the green pageant that I did ran Nobody Pays, Nobody Profits Day back in the 1990s. And Tahini and the band Tane did their performances there. So Damini ended up singing at Noni's death ceremony. They did a proper Indian ceremony with the whole fire, and they burned her body, and it's pretty spectacular when people take a person's death into their own hands and allow them to be their body disposed of the way they choose. Anyway, so Damini, who had this magnificent voice, sang a cappella, and then Damini and I became associates because one of the guys I was teaching at a tarot collective was an ex-priest, and he'd moved into my house because he was training with me. He moved into my house to learn to debate because he didn't know how to do it without invoking any of the aspects of Malengro that we avoid, which is, again, generalizations and bringing in the I know better than you do crap. So he came to learn that, and he ended up circumstantially falling in love with Damini. And Damini was in my kitchen with me. We were having the argument of a lifetime because Damini was saying that life is Maya, it's all Maya and it's all delusion and it doesn't really matter. And I'm saying that's so fucked up because life is wonderful and life is beautiful, and the reverence for all life requires a bit of responsibility for the caring of the garden, so to speak. And we were arguing like nobody's business, debating like nobody's business, and she wouldn't budge. And then Steve ends up coming into the room and he says, are we going to go and see Powder or not? Powder, if you haven't seen the movie Powder, please watch the movie Powder because it's just going to relieve you of any sense that you didn't know about what life and death was ever. It's just the best movie ever. He came in the room and said, we're going to go watch the movie or not. This was the Pig House Flicks. And we went, yeah, okay. So we buried the so-called hatchet and we went to the movies. And when you're watching the movie and you get to the bit about the deer, You can remember this a little bit. So she reached across to me and she grabbed my arm and she held my arm and we both started crying and she said, I get it. And then a few weeks later, she was dead. She died she'd had a reading in November before. And I kept the tape, and I only just got rid of that tape about a year ago because there's no place to play it anymore. I got the tape back. So Domini died in a light airplane crash, and the light aircraft took off that day, which was a touristy thing, took off that day from Niagara Airfield, and it clipped the top of the trees across the other side of the Pacific Highway and burst into this floral flame. And the article that came out in Echo with somebody who'd witnessed the plane crash said it looked like a flower on fire. That's sort of pretty interesting to start with. But then Simon Sewell, who was an astrologer in the region, brought me the tape back. And I played the tape, and the first thing it says on the tape is, boy, have you got a health problem like you wouldn't believe, you're on fire, and then you're through it. And then it goes on to talk about, oh, there'll be a death in the family, and it'll be you. Blah, 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 kept on going. And there's more questions than answers out of this because at one stage she wanted to know if she'd live in Mullumbimby and it said you'll be buried there. And then the next question was, the band and I are planning to go to Sydney to do some gigs. Does that look like it's on? And Tarot came up with the answer, oh, you're definitely going to go to Sydney, but you're going to go to Sydney for all these tests and exams, and then you'll be in the Department of Births, Deaths and Marriages. Will you be pissed off? And she didn't know what I was talking about. And one in her warning spread was a woman had had several abortions, and she said don't let it, and the warning was to not let her do another one because it'd be her. And then it goes on to when she goes to Greece and who she's in love with when she goes to Greece and blah blah blah. So she died in a light plane crash, which was the flower on fire. And in the reading also it said, oh, there'll be a record kept, this thing to do with the death. And then Simon brought me back the tape and I had that tape all the way through. So you're going to get feedback whichever way you look. It doesn't matter whether you've got 2 cards or 100 cards. You can read it however, as long as you say it. And words that fall out of your mouth are more significant than trying to articulate and be correct. So this is why I get you to feel in your flesh and blood body first what it is that you're looking at, and looking for the song line, like Kate mentioned earlier about watching, like reading from left to right, pretty much reading from left to right, because we're looking at what's happened into what will happen and the significance of that. But it's not necessarily, it's like a forest, it's not necessarily a straight fucking road that kills all the animals. It's a weaving, winding road that's going to allow the life to occur around a person. So does that answer the, was that even just a question, or was I just fucking raving on? I forget myself sometimes. I've got a parrot on my head. Of course I could. And you've got a dog right there. Look at you, Victoria. Oh, Muffis! Muffis! What's your Muffis? There's your Muffis. Yeah, he is. Look at that. Okay, so are we ready to go?
Let's go.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, hang on.
I don't need to be on the screen, please. Can we get...
Yeah. Gotcha. Okay, Letitia, what is your star sign?
I'm an Aquarius.
Aquarian. Okay, so you will show up as a person of swords. Can you shuffle the cards for me? And when you finish shuffling, can you put them into 3 piles?
Oh, I'm so uncool.
Not one person here just said the usual, which is, my, how they're big. And then they say, oh, gee, they're hard to shuffle. You'll get that a lot. And it doesn't matter how they shuffle, except, and I don't mind it, doing the 52 pickup when you go, or the Texas shuffle or what it's called. That's actually okay, but it's when a person puts a couple of packs down and shuffles a little bit at a time, feels like they're splitting their life up.
Can I ask a question?
Perfect. Can you just keep the pile in the middle and get rid of the other 2? Thanks.
Now the question can come in.
Oh, I was wondering, what about the person that just takes a deck and they just like cut it and fold it and then they hand it back to you? Is that, or do you make them like, can you shuffle it a bit more?
You're in charge, darling. You just tell them to shuffle them and do what they're fucking told.
Yeah, thank you, darling.
Excellent.
Okay, Leticia, can you pick up the cards and just put one card from the top in the very center, then put another across that, then put one closest to you above that, and then one closer to me below it, and one to your right.
Oh, I'll just move up a little bit. Okay.
Yeah, that's it. And then one to your left, and then 4 up the side towards your left side. Yep.
Is that all right?
Yep.
Ooh, can you see
And then can you, yeah, that's perfect. Thanks. Can you put a fan of 3 up towards closer to you? Yeah, perfect. Okay, thank you.
Go Ari, go Ari.
Let's see. Okay, the first thing that comes to mind, well, the kind of obvious, I suppose, is money situations.
No, it isn't.
Well, it is to
It's
me.
not the central theme.
No, but I'm looking at the 4 up the side. The central theme is the water sign woman that looks like they're walking away from whatever wasn't working for them.
Oh, come on, no. You're doing one card at a time. Please don't do that. So we look at the whole thing, and the person that you understand that you're reading for a person sitting opposite you. So that person sitting opposite you is not in the center. They are up to one side, but we're not looking at that. So I want you to concentrate on all the central 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cards, please.
Okay.
All at once. All at once.
Yeah, it looks like a,
No, it doesn't
a
look
period.
like it. It is not, do not use that language, Ari. You know better than that. It is.
A period of struggle, or you know, walking away from what
no, the
was.
central theme is that bitch of a woman that she needs to have nothing to fucking do with.
Yeah, because there's the arguments that have just come away from the struggle of the arguments on the side there.
There's no arguments. There's no 5 of swords. You're making shit up. Don't do that. Okay, let me give you an example with those ones in the middle. The first thing I want to say is misery loves company. And there are some people who'll be very nice to you and very sweet and very fantastic, etc. And all they're doing is planning to set you up to tell you how sad their fucking life is. I'm serious. Look at it. That person, the Queen of Cups, I don't like him at all.
It seems there's a lot of swords around them, except for the.
No. The Knight
3
of
of Cups.
telling you that the Aquarius person is more than likely going to react to this, get the shits. She's seen it time. This is family. Look, the 10 of Cups is family dynamics. Come on.
And it's like they can't really win from it. There's no it's like a stalemate, right?
No, there's no outcome to it, except the fact that it's always got to do with the money. Seems to have to do with the sense of the self-importance of the person in this. I just don't like them. I don't like them. I don't like their agenda. I don't like the whole way that they are around your client. And even with the 3 of Cups, it's an indication of this has worked before. If I just talk about how sad my life is, I'm going to take over all the. It's an attention getter. I don't like them at all. Come on, get your feelings around it. I mean, the 7 of Swords is an indication that they're a thief. Or we talked about time being stolen in Malengro. Okay, well, you've got a perfect example of someone with an agenda. With that 7 of Swords on one side of them, with that 2 of Swords on the other, it's like, oh, this happened to me this week, and it was really, really tricky, and the because your client is showing up as the King of Swords up there in the top area. Okay.
Would that be any kind of rural property or rural place up in the top around the air sign person?
Later. It's if it was in Victoria also, it'd have the feeling of being somewhere like Geelong.
Yeah, it's not near water.
It is near water. The 3 of Wands definitely indicates it's near water. That's why I said Geelong. But your Two of Swords indicates that it could, if it's for that person place-wise, it's 2 streets back. Again, similar to the High Priestess card, it's still 2 streets back. The water's still present. But no, it's sort of irrelevant to the center of the theme. The first thing you're going to want to do is to let the person know that there's going to be this scenario go down with this woman who likes to suck the blood out of whoever she's dealing with.
And with the 10 of Cups in that sphere of self, would that imply that it's family?
Family.
And because the Page of Pentacles is there, you'd think it was like simple, like money issues, always kind of talking about money or small issues with money.
There's nothing to say talking about in there. You're putting words into this spread. That's a child in the environment. It's not showing up as the family. The 10 of Cups is showing up as the family. In fact, it's showing up because of the position that it falls in, which is the sphere of self. It's showing up as your client's family.
So an earth sign child around them.
Or the child of an earth sign person, yes.
So basically you'd say there's a water sign woman of influence that seems to be moaning and complaining. It's
if I was the client, I would tell that water sign person nothing. And let's not assume that the water sign person is necessarily a woman. It could be, we're saying person.
Wow.
But I get a very strong hit. It's a sort of a role reversal thing. So I get a strong hit. This sometimes happens in relationships where you get a more seemingly dominant individual. Doesn't matter the gender. And then you get the more passive individual. And tarot will show that up as a king or a queen in this instance. But because you know your client is an Aquarian, you can make the leap to say that they're the dominant factor in a situation where the water sign person, male or female, is using their emotional grief behind them to in some way impact a scenario to do with family. And I wouldn't lend them a brass razoo either. If it came down to money, yeah, it could come down to money with the Ace of Pentacles, the situation. But look what's falling beside, underneath the Ace of Pentacles is the fact that you've got this pauper, fucking benefactor type of situation. And again, that's like, oh, they're never going to pay you back. So, you know, you fucking wouldn't lend the money. They could say, oh, like I've had this really bad, really hard run. It doesn't even indicate what the problem is with the Person of Cups. But just that Seven of Swords and that Two of Swords says there's something hidden, and there's something sneaking around that, you know, with the Knight of Swords, like you could react to this, or you could just shut your fucking mouth and know that that person's playing a game on you. Can you see that, or am I talking too much?
No, but when I said that the first thing that I see was a money situation, why do I have to go straight to the middle?
Because
why can't it?
All the central cards are the situation. The money's the outcome or the driving force behind the whole situation, but it's actually, you want to know the experience, not a word. So the situation has got to do with the person who's got an agenda. And if the Queen of Swords is not aware of it, well, they are aware of it. They are going to be aware of it. I would say it's happened before. Because it's exactly the kind of scenario where somebody says, oh, this has happened, I'm so sad, this is really unfortunate. Can you please lend me a bit of money? Because there's your either fear, hopes and fears. This is like, poor me. And your client with the Ten of Cups and the family. If a person, it usually turns out for a person who's in a family scenario or aware of their family and the need to, well, it doesn't need to protect. It doesn't show a need to protect, but a need to be wary with that Seven of Swords. That Seven of Swords is not your client. The Seven of Swords and Two of Swords come together in a way that is difficult to explain, but it's like absolutely an agenda.
And with the Three of Cups there, do you not really take that into consideration?
Yes, I do. But I don't have to speak it. You don't have to speak every fucking card. That's what I'm saying. You don't read every card. Your client is very aware of who their like-minded others are. They're very aware of who's who. They know who pack is. They know who tribe is. They know who family is. They know who the Three of Cups are. That's why the central theme is you can just fucking... What are you fucking up my brother? You're fucking up my mother? Who else?
Can I ask a question about that Three of Cups?
Yeah.
Is it possible that in a family dynamic that this person who's pulling the Milengro stunt is one of three sisters?
I would, well, of course it could be, if that's what you see first, if you see that as your awareness, yes, but the Three of Cups is not always women. It's really important to realize that. It's people of like mind. So it could very well be the people in the family that all get along. Members of the family that all get along. And there's one person who it's like the fourth witch at the Sleeping Beauty story. Not saying they should have invited her, but there was consequences of the fact that they didn't. And there'd be with the Seven of Swords and that Two of Swords that are in the middle around the Queen of, or the person of Cups. It's a very strong indication. Again, the Three of Cups in there. Everybody knows what they're doing. I don't think that they can. I don't think there's nothing in there to indicate that the person concerned you're reading for is getting harmed by this. It's if anything, it's really annoying.
It feels like a wah-wah kind of situation as an attempt at a money grab.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, or securing their place is in a prominent position. That's where the Yesari, the Ace of Pentacles, does figure. But that's not the central theme. You know, that could again be the agenda, the hidden thing. But it'll come out. It'll come out because with the in the sphere, in the warning spread, and then with the Ace of Pentacles, it's like they just want, they want money, but they're playing playing the grief, playing the oh woe is me card in the middle that gives enough to give a person the shits. And of course I can hear about 4 or 5 of you thinking this is my family, and you'd probably be right. Yeah. You sort of got that area as a middle, and then you can spread your vision out to see what else is doing the thing. But it's like there's some patterns like that Seven of Swords with the Two of Swords, that hidden agenda that's so fucking obvious. Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Coolidge. Okay. Deep breath onto the next lot.
I see it. Two of Swords, Five of Cups, hidden agenda.
Hidden agenda. Thank you.
Yeah.
Where's the Five of Cups?
Sorry, Seven of Swords.
Five of Swords.
Oh. Yeah.
I mean, there's so much, of course, that just sitting down and going through those journey cards last week, there's so much we just can't cover, but it's like once you put them together, then you can see the story rather than one card at a time. So if you get stuck on one card at a time, it's not going to do it. Yeah?
Is this going to happen quickly because of the Knight of Swords?
Pardon?
Is it going to happen quickly and then be done because of the Knight of Swords?
Nope.
Is it a fast-moving thing?
No. No, the Knight of Swords is tending to be a person's reaction. If it was a Knight of Cups, it'd be nice and gentle. If it was a Knight of Pentacles, it'd be a very different scenario. But the Knight of Swords is like, fuck you, bitch. Fuck out of my house. Yes, it's more important to know the pattern of cards, Tan. Absolutely. Once you've got the singular ideas, this is where most of the books will fuck you up and give you a really hard time, because they'll give you the list and you go, how am I supposed to deal with this? Until you get them in the patterns and you go, oh, okay. Because the indication that your client is the King of Swords is up to one side. And they're not bothered about anything except this middle lot. This middle lot pisses them off. The Knight of Swords is reaction. The Knight of Cups could be considered response, which is very different. The indication, the reaction, the Knight of Swords, is that the person in the centre has played this before. Everything seems familiar with that Seven of Swords, with the Two of Swords. This is familiar. They play this on my family.
Why do I get the rural aspect, like a semi-rural place?
That's only to do with the three up the side. Of course it's semi-rural. That's the King of Swords being the person of swords. You know, but that's only a bit of information to the side. It's not a central theme.
Could that be to represent like family property then in the situation? Would you sort of
just the person's just there?
Because you're not really reading into that top three much at all. It sort of doesn't feel specific.
If you're going to, but it's just a simple statement that this air sign person is in a rural area, and it may very well be when the time comes. They might even be visiting the person of cups in somewhere like Geelong or Murwillumbah or fucking Tennessee. They may simply be visiting that area. They may not necessarily live there, but the person is family. That's the Ten of Cups.
I always find it interesting also.
If I had somebody like that Queen of Cups around my children, I tell you what, I'd fucking slap them as well. So pulling their attention away from the child, pulling your attention. And, you know, there are people in family who think, oh, because they're family, Three of Wands is not timing, no. Because it's a family dynamic, okay, and the person, you may be the person or the person that you're reading for is obviously the person with the family. And when does this stop? When does this gameplay or this manipulation thing, and this could be the person's mother. Oh, I'm going to go visit mum for Christmas, and here comes this same old fucking dynamic. And it's like the tendency of your client would be to react, and that with of course with learning, if it is for somebody in the group, they'd know perfectly well that was the Cartman drama triangle, and I don't want to necessarily be the aggressor or the attacker or the victim in any of this, because the Queen of Cups it's not a real victimness, because the Seven of Swords and the Two of Swords is letting you know that this is not a real victim, this is not a proper victim, that there's an agenda. And if you can just see those, if the central theme was different, it'd be different, but it's like also go straight to what you need to look at, and the central theme is that person and the car that's crossing them.
I find it interesting in that too. Like if you look at the Knight of Cups and then the crossing card and then where the Queen of Cups is, there's like this little tip that's coming out of the top of where the crossing card is, like as if the sword from the Knight of Wands is going all the way through and like
Knight of Swords
showing itself. Yeah, can you see that? Like just right above where the crossing card is.
When I look at the whole lot, the one thing that I'm aware of actually is the Three of Cups. If I look at them, the central, they're like with the Seven of Swords, the Two of Swords, and the Knight of Swords, I'm going, fuck me. Then I see the Three of Cups and I go, you know, there's people that I love. There's people that I really care about. There's people that are of like mind. There's people that are really, really together. In my family, in my clan, in my pack. So this person is so disruptive to that. And yes, it's probably about the money. It's in many instances about the money, or even with the Ace of Pentacles and represent their sense of security. But if ever there's a child turns up in a scenario like this, I get a little bit angsty. Tarot loves children and loves animals, by the way. And it will automatically, if there's any children involved in drama or terror, or you'll get that really strongly, and you'll get anybody in there who's going to disrupt children. It's just amazing like that. And oh, it does. Because I know some of you so well, yes, it does ring a bell. But I'm not going to shut up. I'm not going to say anything. Okay, let's put them together. Let's get on with the next one. Tanya and Nishka. Nishka, you are reading for Tanya.
All right.
Thank you, Ari, and thank you, Letitia.
So I'm spotlighting it, or yeah,
Tanya.
So You're spotlighting Tanya because Nishka's doing the reading.
I can't even see the name Tanya anywhere.
Tan.
I can. Oh, Tan there, yeah.
Okay, well, you can move that shit out of the way, can't you, Tan? You there, Nishka?
Yes.
Okay.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Tan, can you unmute yourself?
How cute are my blank cards? Okay, can you hear me? Yeah.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
I'd love
I
for
have
you
a
to
little bit of a setup, so you know.
Can you move those other cards that are your training cards way away from the cards that you're using?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry. Thanks.
Because
The blankety blanks.
they'll talk to each other and it can be wonky.
They're just blank. There's nothing on them, right?
So, no. You need to pick them up, and Nishka needs to see what you're doing.
Yeah. Greetings there, Ton. What is your star sign, please?
I am the Taurus.
Okay. So can you please go ahead and
tell them what they're going to be? They're going to be a person of what?
Of Pentacles.
Yeah, all coins.
Person of coins. Yeah, of coins. Go ahead and shuffle the deck.
Tell them what you want them to do before they finish shuffling, darling.
Okay, well, I'd love for you to, when you finish shuffling, I'd love for you to make 3 separate piles out of your deck.
Watch.
Oh, you tricky lady. Okay. I would love for you to just discard the 2 piles on your right, please.
On her right?
Oh, to the right of her. Yeah. She moved. I saw the one on her far left being the one that being the middle pile. She did something funny there with.
Let's wait. Watch. Get her to shuffle again and do it again.
Okay, please shuffle again, Tarn. Thank you for.
Sure. My table's on a bit of a lean, so it's a bit.
It looks like it's a wall.
Well, it's a drawing table.
Oh, so it is. It's on a lean. You need some felt then.
Okay. Shuffle.
All right, I'm paying attention. Please cut the deck into 3 piles. This is the bottom, the middle, and the top. One in the middle is the one we want. The other 2 on the outside can go. Look at them. They're like melting.
Okay.
Is it hot in here? Is it just me?
Just tell her what you wanted to do. She doesn't know.
Oh, right. Of course. Please turn over the first card in the center and have the card face us, and a card to cross it.
Is that so? You want it that way?
Nope, I want it. Oh, please, the other way. Yeah, that's correct.
Every card needs to face you. Say
yeah. Yeah. Thank you. And 1 card above, 1 card below, to the left of the center, to the right of the center.
You might need to move them across to the left a little bit further because none of us are going to be able to see them.
Thank you. And then 4 cards in a line, starting at the bottom, going up 1. Yep. Next. Nice and straight. Great. And then 3 cards together, maybe up off to the left hand, right up above. That's great. Thank you. Ooh.
Oh, all right. First thing you want to tell your client.
Feel like vomiting.
I know the first thing I want to tell them, but you know.
Yeah, you can't. I mean, wanting to say, I'm looking at the Fool. You can't see it. It's,
No, you're not telling. Just tell what's happening.
oh, what's happening?
The whole thing.
Well, the devil and the tower and the justice system
Don't
coming.
look at it separately. You know
Okay.
that's fucked up to one side. Let's just look at why it's fucked up.
Why it's fucked up. With the Ten of Wands and the Hanged Man. I mean, looks, it could be internet systems coming
No,
down.
nothing to do with that.
Really?
No. Oh, there is a star card, yeah, but it's not really pertinent.
Okay.
The pertinent things you're looking at is the Three of Wands, the Ten of Wands, the Fool card, and the Hangman. They're the ones that you go with, and then you work things out from there.
Okay. So, timing. Lots of something.
What does that mean?
Hard work.
Okay, the person's going to do a whole lot of work for a project, and then they're going to be dumped. That's what that's saying. So you can actually add to that.
Well, then they're going to move on and do something else entirely.
Well, that's a piece of advice, isn't it? It's not on the table.
Oh.
Never advise them, by the way. If you can possibly, when you get to my age, when you get old, you can do it. But I've only been allowed to give a bit of advice for the last 12 months, 2 years. Before that, I've never been allowed. Tarot's never let me. It's just said, say it like a spay it. Don't fucking give advice. Let the person make up their own mind.
Oh, well, what about the Judgment card then?
That's an outcome. But it's not an outcome complete. It's only a matter of, that's like a landing place. If you took a stairwell, that's the between the 12th and the 13th floor. It's not the top of the building. Yes, this is a hard spread to do, difficult, and also harsh because the person's not going to want this. Of course not. They're not going to want. I wouldn't want to be dumped if I'd put 12 months work into a production, into writing a book, and then my publisher said, "Oh, we don't want it anymore." I'd like, what do I do now? It's something very similar to that. There's a lot of cards of distance in here. Bear that in mind. Your Three of Wands is distant. Your Seven, I think it's Seven of Wands, I can't quite see it, is distant. That's when the internet does come in, Nishka. You're correct there, which is the star card, very definitely. But, that person's going to is really, really pissed off at how they're going to be placed in the position because of the justice card would, those three up the top would tend to get me a little bit in the gut saying don't speed. Like, if you've got to travel somewhere, please watch what you're fucking doing. They're your Ten of Wands with your Fool card, because the Fool card can be just like oops factor, oops factor, oops factor.
What about the Knight of Cups?
Just take the whole thing. I'm attempting to do one card at a time, and even I'm asking you not to. Just give them the statement rather than just go one card at a time. They're going to be dumped. Now, does it bother your client that terribly much?
No.
Take into consideration two things. One's the Hangman and one's the Star card. And also the Fool cards is really interesting. So remember before we talked about diving from a high place and things like that?
Yeah.
Because that Ten of Wands is so much to do with the person's reputation or what the amount of that they're capable of. And yes, the Star card is an indication of sort of like what's ahead or what they're planning or what they're a part of. But then the Hangman drops them. They just fall.
Mm.
But does it really, there's no other cards except the three up to the side which talks about how corrupt the fucking legal system is.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't even put that much energy on those three up the top, to be quite honest with you.
It's just ugliness around.
It's fucked up cops. Fucked up legal system. Off to one side. I'm always wary of those three because they're the ones where you can't see the cops around the corner when they're chugging and you're doing 110 down a 100-kilometre-an-hour zone, and they sort of like, they got their little secret camera. Fucked up cops.
Would you say that when this happens, or if let's say it has happened or it's
No, we're doing the near
Um,
future, so it's going to happen. Or you always talk in the present tense. So this is what's happening.
yeah, this is what's happening, and that's why, you know, watch your speed, because the system's fucked up and there might be that cop around the corner, or there is that cop
No, I
around the
wouldn't be saying that
Mm.
because it doesn't. There's no indication of speed.
Oh,
There's
but
no
you did
page.
say
There's no Knight of Swords.
you did say I would tell this person to watch their speed.
Well, that would just be an example of the fucked up legal system. If there was speed indicated on the table, then I would be wary. I'm just wary of the fucked up legal system up to the top.
Okay.
But you know, sort of looking at the whole lot. What about falling downstairs? No. Thanks, Sharon, but no. And the interesting look. The interesting thing about this is the outcome. What does this indicate the person going through this will do as a result of what's being the experience? Where are they within the field of, say, expertise of anything?
Yeah. With they are at a level of achievement.
Thank you. So what do they do as a result of this scenario?
Something completely different. I would say
No, it doesn't say that. There's no death card.
Ah.
It's completely different. There'd be a death card.
Hmm.
It's that Knight of Cups says they need to trust this experience that they've already got.
Oh, wow.
Okay, now there's a Seven of Wands in the sphere of the environment, so it's quite possible with the Two of Wands is an interesting town, village, city type of environment. The Seven of Wands it can be a teaching career or working in teaching or working in that kind of a situation. So what may very well be, and I'm speculating because it's not a reading in front of me, this person's getting it dumped, they're brilliant at what they fucking do, teach it.
Hmm.
And look, the very center, no, I mean, it's tricky, but the very center is really interesting. If I can give an example, it's got nothing to do with this, but it's very familiar, if you excuse the joke, is that there was a woman I knew, she would, if she's still alive, she'd be in her 80s or 90s now, and she was traveling to Japan regularly, and she went to this one particular village where all the women who were specific Japanese lace makers, and they trusted this one Anglo woman with their patterns, and she went there every year and worked amongst them and helped them out. And then Fukushima happened, and the whole fucking village was wiped out. Guess who ended up with all the patterns? What was she going to do with them? This is like this. Because the Fool card, you don't see this coming. But a change of plan, so the elder woman is not going to Japan anymore to gather any more patterns because they're all dead. So the judgment card says, how am I going to deal with this? How am I going to change the situation around? You don't take away the person's free will in any spread whatsoever. But the skill is absolutely correct. But some kind, that justice card could have been a contract that it's difficult. Could have been a contract that person's associated with, which has had all kinds of like caveats in there that cut them out. It's just dirty. And that's what you need to tell a person. There is corruption within the legal system. You need to know that you've got a lot of work to do, you're a lot of preparation, and then you won't see this coming. You will get dumped. You're going to change your way of living as a result of that. And it's not going to be a problem to you. That's it. That's all you need to say.
Yeah.
They're going to ask you questions at the end. Remember, this particular Dead Reckoning is only the beginning of what you're going to be doing as far as a reading is concerned, because you can't read one page of a fucking book and think you know the whole story of the book. You see. But this is the opening chapter, so this is very interesting to the person, and then it will unfold. You'll get, throughout a reading, tarot will give you these spreads, these cards in patterns, all very similar to what you've got in front of you now. So that it'll open it up, it'll unpack it more and more and more. But this is like the essence, the jus, if you like. And it's definitely about a very talented person being dumped. And the fact of the Knight of Cups and the Two of Wands and the Seven of Wands and the fucking Judgment card is their adaptability. And again, we don't necessarily know that it's got to do with the person who put the cards out. And as such, it could very well be somebody in IT or somebody involved in some larger project, again with the Star card, which is IT. This could be the whole fucking pattern of a pilot who can't get a job. Can you see that? All those hours and hours of experience, all that capacity with the Ten of Wands, and then nothing. The other thing of influence, of course, we were just talking earlier about a person who died in a light airplane crash.
Yeah. I was like thinking the Fool and the Hanged Man, it's like two kind of like on the edge and falling,
But in this instance, the Fool card's associated with the Ten of Wands.
Yeah.
Then
I've got it. I've got it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Excellent. Okay, let's get on with the next one. Thank you so much, Nishka. Thank you so much, Tanya. Let's get on to Luna and Steve.
Hello, Gulp.
Okay, I'm gonna turn around my camera. Hopefully that's gonna be enough.
My daughter told me that purple is the color of sexual suppression. Just throw that in there.
I'll have to get rid of it.
So Luna, could you shuffle the cards for me, please? And I'd love to know what your astrological sign is, please.
Yes, I'm a Virgo. I'm just gonna put this there.
Steve, Can you please ask your client to straighten the cloth?
Yes, could you straighten the cloth nice and flat, please?
Yes, because
That would be
I'm a
wonderful.
Virgo.
It's also, Steve, not a good idea to say, I'd love to know what your star sign is. Just ask her.
Okay, yeah, fair enough.
Okay.
So if you turn up, you'll be a person of pentacles in the spread. So if you could shuffle those, please, and when you've done, just split them into 3 piles. Thank you.
Ask your client to move their hands further into the middle of the table, please.
Could you move your hands further into the middle of the table, please? Thank you. Thank you, and we'll keep the middle pack and discard the other 2, please. And if you could put the top card down into the middle, please.
Face up.
Face up. The next card crossing it. The next card at the top. Next at the bottom. Next on the left-hand side. next on the right-hand side. And then 4 going up the right-hand side of that, starting at the bottom. Could you move the right-hand cards just in a bit more so I can, yeah, I'm kind of having trouble seeing these cards.
It's because the phone's on straight up and not in a panoramic.
Oh, I can put it on. Is that better?
Yeah, honestly, I'm sure, Laura, you can recognize these things from these smudges, but I'm struggling a little bit. I can see a sun card. What's the card to the left? Is that Emperor?
Justice card.
Oh God. Okay.
Is it that tricky from your lot from where you?
Yeah, I literally can't read anything.
Mm.
It's like someone slipped me some mushrooms.
I can just hold it over. So do you want to tell me how do I finish this and then I'll just hold it?
Yep. So if you could put fan 3 cards out, maybe to the top left.
Oh, nice. Okay. I'll just move this a second.
Huh. Good luck, Danger.
I literally can't see anything, so I'm gonna have to ask you all the cards and write them down. So we've got justice in the past, is that right?
Justice behind. I don't
Oh,
always
sorry.
say the past. I just say behind us. Justice behind. In the center, you've got the Knight of Wands. If you can keep the camera still, that'd be great. Knight of Wands crossed by the Page of Pentacles.
Yep.
Underneath is the Sun card.
Yep.
Behind, which is above, which is behind, is the Four of Swords.
Yep.
On up the right hand side, the first one down is the Six of Pentacles.
Oh, so the 4 of Swords is at the top or to the right?
Yeah, at the top. At the top.
Okay, and to the right is
the Seven of Swords.
Oh, 7. Thank you.
Okay, Letitia, this is fantastic. Thank you, and I'll see you soon. In the sphere of the environment is the Nine of Cups.
What was in the self, sorry?
The sphere is six of Pentacles.
Yep. And the hopes and fears, is that 8 of?
There's the Seven of Pentacles.
7 of Pentacles.
And then a Page of Wands is the outcome. This is a really interesting spread map, by the way, in so far as what it's not doing.
Okay.
We'll get to that in a second.
Okay, just trying to look at the central.
It's really difficult when you can't actually see the cards because it's necessary to see the cards.
I know, it's tough.
Your reaction.
But it feels like it might be something to do with, I see maybe someone dealing with the justice system around a child.
No. It's so simple, and it's so simple that there's almost nothing happening.
Oh,
And there is a two-part answer to this situation if whoever it's for, but it's really simple.
yeah, I'm really struggling with this then.
I know. It's sometimes the hardest readings you'll ever get are the plainest ones.
No, I'm struggling, Law. I mean, I see a legal issue in the past and maybe a child, but I can't
So you're
see.
getting stuck on the fact that the card preceding the other ones is the past.
Okay.
Because this is all future. So it's almost an indication that the Justice card is the first thing out. It's not an indication that this is an event that's happened in the past. We're not looking at the past. There's actually two things on the table and they're quite small. I do think that you've copped a doozy. Danger, so I'm just letting you know.
Yeah.
The doozy and the simplicity.
Give me some more majors, for God's sake.
No God here. You used the wrong word. Use the word wrong.
Yeah, no, I'm so stuck with this. I'm sorry.
Tell me why you're stuck. Tell me what's happening to your flesh and blood body as you're experiencing these cards. Tell me what your experience is.
Anxiety?
Well, no, the point is there's nothing much happening. And that can be such a problem. I mean, I'm really glad this has come up. Okay.
Okay, so there's a lot of sort of subtle movements as opposed to. But how do you deal with something like this?
Well,
So, so the person.
There's two things, obviously, which makes it tricky. But one of the time sequence is explicit, and it is talking about summer. And I can see what the person doesn't want to do, which is go anywhere.
How are you getting that, Law? Sorry.
Sometimes it's so difficult, but I've got they're definitely in this instance. I mean, this is why I say there's a couple of things. I mean, the first thing I'm going to tell this person is you're fertile as all fuck. So make certain that anybody that you're having sex with, if they're male, wears a condom. That's the first thing I want to tell them. Because the first thing I want to tell them is there should be or would be no problem with abortion, but there could be a slight problem. Okay. The second thing in here, the summertime, with the Knight of Pentacles, sorry, with the Page of Pentacles and the Sun card, I'm getting a very strong hit that we're talking about the time of Capricorn, 21st of December to 21st of January. They don't want to go anywhere. They want to be snuggled down in their own fucking home, enjoying their space. And also, that's where you're probably getting a bit glitched out with the Justice card, because they may have to sign a lease or a contract in association with their home, and they've got to do it as cunning as a shit-ass rat to make sure that it all works out the way they want it to, and it looks like it will. And there's things, again, that I don't take any note of. So I'm really not really bothered about the Page of Wands. I'm not really bothered about the fucking Six of Pentacles and how much they've got to pay out or what they owe or whatever. I'm just really interested in their way and whether or not the rent can go up or the amount of money they're paying is going to go up, because look, they've got what they fucking want, which is the living environment that they're very happy with. And so it's not, you can see it's not much of it, it's not much information. But sometimes when you tell a person the smallest thing, it can be exactly what they need to hear to go. And I've said to people, I've looked at their cards and I've gone, oh, well, I can't see a fucking thing for the next 2-3 years. Everything looks the same. And they go, oh, thank goodness for that. That can make people really, that can cause people a real sense of happiness and security when there's not much changing. Most of us love our creature comforts and our little bits of OCD, and we like to know where our cannabis oil is coming from or whatever else we need in our lives. And when we get almost no information, it can be such a relief. There is not anything bothered about in this. There's a little bit of thinking off to one side, like, am I going to be here forever kind of thing. That's a death card and the Nine of Swords, but it's really not that much of a big deal.
And the Seven of Coins there, that's just to do with fear of kind of growth, or how would that sort of fit into it?
Oh, but the rent could go up in 6 months. They could have to pay that rent themselves. Rent or mortgage, it could go up in 6 months. But why take that into account when you've got exactly what you want? And that getting what you want could be a gypsy caravan, it could be a bell tent, it could be whatever. In this instance, it's what the person wants. Their living space is going to make them happy, and it is occurring around the time of December in the summertime. So it tells us it's Australian summer rather than a European summer. Do you get me?
Yeah.
Now, I can't explain how I know that, but it's very... Things will change with that Page of Wands in around the time of Aries the following year, but things are secured between now and then. And bear in mind that this middle pack is always the near future, so it's right on it, and it's just making certain that person knows that they're secure. And yes, they may not... It may have an end in the speculative distance, which is the Death card and the Nine of Swords and the Three of Pentacles, but it's not there now. I mean, it's really tricky because you can't see them. But can everybody else see that? It's really quite simple and cruisy. I mean, even down to the fact that the Four of Swords in their consciousness, they haven't got to think about this too much. They already know. Whoever you're reading for, they know that they don't want to have to go anywhere. And that Seven of Swords in this instance is their capacity to sort of like, that's their cunning in this instance, in difference to that Queen of Cups we saw earlier.
And in terms of the Sun card?
That's the time of year.
Right, as simple as that. Okay. I'm always trying to overcomplicate these things in my mind.
That's it. And I mean, if you don't, and you start with a sort of like a real, it's like numerology when you start with the baseline, you start with a prime number when you want to get it down to the baseline. You want the simplicity, and then you can come out from that dot. And the most important significance about this whole thing is that Nine of Cups in the sphere of the environment. So I like where I am. And the fact that there's a Justice card, like who, if it's a lease, for example, whose name's it in? Are they going off somewhere and I managed to sneak in beneath the radar and sign my fucking name on that and become the leaseholder? Fucking absolutely. In the hopes and fears, is the cost going to go up? See, there's a big difference between that Seven of Pentacles and the coins down the bottom, the Six of Coins, where they're able to pay for it, and where the cost could go up. But because it's in the sphere of hopes and fears, they are aware of that. And yet they are absolutely fucking yay. Not only is the Sun card in this particular instance the summer, it's also success. And it's almost, with those three up the side, it's almost an oxymoron going, I never thought I'd feel this happy about being in this place.
Yeah, this is definitely one where I'd like to see the future pack of this one.
I'm always like, this first spread is like our experimentation, but definitely would want to go from there. And then it would, of course, it would open up. It will open up. But it's like, just get this first little bit of a taste from tarot into a perspective where you're not caught up or trapped in any of the patterns, but that you can move around them and just cruise around them, and you'll get it all sorted out. Because that, that Death card, that Nine of Swords and that Three of pentacles. I mean, I could give you a really good example. I was having a long conversation with my son this week, and he said, well, you want to get buried on my property when you're dead? I said, absolutely. I said, I want to make certain I die in somebody's arms who loves me. So those three would make sense to me.
Yep.
But as an example, not all the time, not every time, okay? You know, it's also another funny one, but you look at the Sun card and you look at the Knight of Wands in the middle, and you've got the Page of Pentacles over the top, etc. I read an article this morning in the Guardian about ducks. And this person who spent 4 hours guarding these ducks and their ducklings. They had the duck and the ducklings in their backyard, and working with them for 4 hours till they managed to find the water, and that's crossing the Hume Highway and all these different highways to get to a place of sanctuary and safety, which would be the Nine of Cups in this particular instance. And you know, that's somebody working with the children, afraid that they're going to die, and seeing what they can do to sort it out. I mean, one could look at this particular spread in so many different ways, but the first thing to start off with is the simplicity of the way it comes through. And the second thing, of course, as I said, is does this person want children? If they don't want children, which is the Seven of Swords, then they need to make certain that they behave appropriately. And of course, then that changes the dynamic of the Death card and the Nine of Swords, because do they get bothered about whether they've had an abortion, or who should? It's what we do if we need to do it. Yeah, it's tricky because it's simple. Danger.
Yeah, I know.
But it's a really good. I'm really thankful that Tarot's brought up a simple one, so that it's like whoever this is for. Oh, it's such a relief. Okay.
They're gonna have a nice summer.
It's got a nice feel about it. Let's put them away and get on to the next one. Thank you so much, Luna.
Thank you
so much.
That was torturous.
Danger.
Thank you.
We're on to Anisha and Shayoti. So spotlight's on Anisha, yes? Thanks, Ari. Yes, Shayoti, you can look afraid. Okay. Shayoti, you have a client in front of you.
Good night. Hello.
Hello.
Could you please shuffle the deck for me? However you like.
Keep talking.
And could you let me know what your astrological sign is, please?
It's Taurus.
Taurus. So if you show up as a person in this spread, it will be a coin.
You don't have to say in this spread. Just tell them that they're going to be a person of pentacles or coins when they turn up in the pack.
Okay.
And while they're still shuffling, you need to tell them what to do.
Okay. When you have felt that you deck enough, please separate the deck into 3 piles. And please take the center pile and move the other 2 to the side. Now I'd like you to place a center card down facing me, one across the top. Yep. One to your right.
No.
No?
Above it.
Oh, sorry. Yes, one above, one below.
Below.
Face it, yep, to me. And then one to your
Don't worry about too much information. Right of center?
right of center.
Left of center?
Left of center. And then 4 on the sides, starting closest to me. Perfect. And then when you've completed that, 3 on top right.
In a fan shape.
Awesome. Thank you.
Are you there?
Yep, I'm just still looking. Sorry, taking my time. I see a situation that they're moving away from.
No.
No.
Okay, who are the people that are the most significant in this pack, in this spread?
The ones.
No, where's ones? One person back there. That's just a thinking process. That's nothing. The only people of significance in here are water sign people: Pisces, Cancer, and or Scorpio, or beloveds.
That because of the cups?
Yeah.
Yep.
They're straight to my face. Come on, they're the first things that stand out.
Okay.
And then what's the second thing that stands out, which has also got a little bit of trickiness around it?
Swords.
That says nothing. There's 10, 11, 12 of them. What are you talking about? I know you're tired. That's our little secret, okay? However, the middle section, the Ace of Swords with the Fool card, they have a decision to make and they don't know what to do.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Look at the left of it. Look to the right of it. Look at the environment.
Yeah, they don't know which way to turn.
Doesn't say that.
No. Doesn't say turn.
The greatest decision this person is going to need to make, gauging by that Six of Swords, is whether to stay here or whether to travel overseas. Everything in the centre depends on their Ace of Swords, which could very well be the jab or vaccinations.
Oh, of course.
It's very obvious. Okay, they don't know what to do. That's the left and the right, the Seven of Swords and the Nine of Wands. Okay, why?
Yeah.
Why would that happen? They have an opportunity of some description to do with the overseas connection, which is the Six of Swords. Basically, they've got to do what they will do, what's necessary, which is to take care of business, which is your outcome. It's really quite simple.
Yeah.
They've got to also, they will work out with that eight of Wands at the top and the Wish card where they want to be. And they've got to work out where they want to be rather than who they want to be with.
Yeah.
Can you see that now?
I can as soon as you say it. Absolutely.
Yeah. Now, if there was cards of action around that, it would completely change the central theme. The King of Cups and the Queen of Cups, if they weren't there, if there was something else of significance there, if there was a Moon card, for example, that was there, if there was a Knight of Swords that was there, that could be someone deciding on what surf ski to buy. Because the Ace of Swords is like a kayak and the Six of Swords backs that up. But there's no money exchange in this, so it's got to do with something else. It's got to do with the beloveds, the people that they're looking at the bottom. the people of cups.
Makes sense.
Well, of course it does. Look at this: the Seven of Swords one side, the Nine of Wands the other. They don't know what decision to make. That's what the fucking Ace of Swords and the Fool card's doing in the middle. They don't know what to decide, and this hasn't happened for them yet. They will be confronted with this "what the fuck do I do" scenario. Just have a look. And what would you tell your client in this particular instance, with the Knight of Pentacles being where it is?
To weigh up their finances before they go, to make sure that...
No, it's not saying they're going. It's not saying they're going, darling.
Oh, yeah. No, it's not.
They haven't decided yet.
Yep.
You would tell them you will do what is practical under the circumstances. That's what you'll tell them. That's what the Knight of Pentacles is. You will do what is practical. There's nothing about them getting caught up in emotions. There's no Five of Cups. There's no Eight of Cups. There's nothing emotional in this. This is simply a decision regarding place.
Yep.
Can you see that now?
And
And those cups people could very well, it doesn't say, there's no Ten of Cups to it. It doesn't say necessarily it's family. But they're obviously of significance because the Queen of Cups is sitting there in the sphere of self. So it's someone your client loves.
yeah.
And the King of Cups is showing up as a foundation, sort of, so that somebody that your client loves. And there's really no other people there that matter except for the two people that your client loves. And the thing that you take into mind, everything we've talked about regarding ethics and ideals and ways of looking at life, etc., the bottom line is you can't give advice, but you can obviously offer the knowledge that you know that person loves and is loved back. Is it a romantic love? No. Doesn't say that. The person needs to decide whether it's really got to do with where they're going to live, because the overseas connection, it could just be someone moving to the possibility of moving to New Zealand, Tasmania, Europe, America. Doesn't matter what it is, but it's all focused on that center, you see.
Yeah.
Which in the moment is vaccinations. Let's face it.
Yeah.
And it would relate to someone who perhaps hadn't decided on vaccinating or not vaccinating. It's based on the idea of will I or won't I, or do I use this to go or don't I? And ultimately that person needs to take into account just the practicalities of holistic practicalities. Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, so I would look up the top. If they said, well, what should I do? I would look up the top and go, you need to be where the food is. That's what I'd say.
Yep.
Because of that Eight of Wands and the Nine of Cups and the Seven of Pentacles. You see that? That's a lush crop. That's a lush crop. Very satisfactory crop. So there's good food. Wherever the good food is, I'd be where the good food is.
Me too.
Okay, let's leave that one alone. Thank you, Sharity. Thanks, Anisha. Let's get on to Sarah and Victoria.
Thank you.
And hey, don't be hard on yourselves. This week is like fucking tricky as, yes? This is us cramming a year into this short period of time. So Victoria, you there? Where's Victoria? Victoria! I can't hear you, so you're muted. Unmute yourself.
Not muted, but it might be your sound might be connected to ear pods or something like that, or anything that you've been connected to before.
Victoria, if you could sort of work with Ari, go back and forwards and work it out so that you can get heard.
Yeah, Victoria, if you go down to the mute button on the bottom left, and then the little arrow next to it, click on it and it'll open up a little box. Then you go select microphone, check that it's the right microphone. You could click same as system or something like that.
Going now.
There you go.
There you go.
Hey, thank you so much, Ari.
All right.
Sorry, everybody. Thanks for being patient.
Ari.
Hello, Sarah. So Sarah, I'd just like you to shuffle the deck for me, please. And can I ask your star sign while you're doing that?
I am an Aquarium.
Are we sort of like
Kieran?
Aquarianed out here or something? It's like fucking how many Aquarians in one room?
I was just thinking that too. It's like a whole pack of Aquariums.
You make an appearance here on the table. You'll show up as a swords character.
A person of swords.
Person of swords.
While
So
that
what I'd like
person
you
is shuffling, ask them to tell them what they've got to do next. Don't wait till they put the cards down.
No worries. So now I'm just going to ask you to put the deck in.
Can't hear you. Oh, and I'll also mention while you're all here is that when you're giving directions to a person, like to shuffle while they're shuffling, when you finish shuffling, cut them in 3 piles. You're also instilling that request into the person's consciousness, and that's going through their fingers so that then when they actually sort them into an order that they can be read from. That's why you talk while they're shuffling.
You ready for me, Victoria?
Yeah, I am. So I'd like you to grab the middle deck, please, and just discard the other 2 over to the side. That'd be great. Thank you. So now we're going to lay them out. First of all, just facing towards me, 1 in the center, and then 1 across. Now 1 above, closer to you. 1 below, closer to me. Now we're going to do 4 up the side on your left. So,
no.
Oh gosh, I'm so sorry. Now we've got 1
to the right of center. No, leave them there where they are. Put the next one to the right of center, next to the left of center. Can you hear it? Then 4 up swords, 4 up the sides.
Sorry.
Don't have to apologize, darling. This is nerves.
I'm shaking and my brain I'm like a deer in headlights.
3 cards to the side. Get them to put 3 in the side in a fan shape.
So 3 on the opposite side in a fan shape.
Oh, this is so interesting, isn't it?
I feel like potentially you've got something happening. There's a legal process happening.
Potentially. Get rid of the word potentially. There's nothing potential about reading tarot. It's an absolute statement of what's going to happen.
Got a legal scenario happening.
Sherry, you're muted and you don't need to be. Okay.
I'm back with you.
I can see straight away exactly what this is all about.
So there's a legal.
Can't hear her.
I'm muted.
I'm not talking. I'm silent.
Victoria is so funny.
Am I? I feel like I'm probably focusing too much on 1 card at a time and not all of them, but I just can't get past it.
Don't focus on being right or wrong.
Yeah, okay. So there's a legal scenario, but it's okay. I want to tell you that
why don't you go straight to the fucking facts that the person concerned is going to be involved in the child justice system.
Okay.
Particularly impoverished children in injustice. Come on. It's fucking obvious.
Okay. Yeah. I'm nowhere.
Okay, look, you're not nowhere. This is how do you fight the legal system, particularly the child welfare or the child justice system, in a situation of extraordinary poverty. What's got to do? What part of legal aid don't you get here? Is there a scenario where this person can pay just as much as they need to pay to be able to in some way ascertain custody or recognition or communion or continuation of relationships with their children? Yes. Is it in their favor? No. Is this going to cause the client extreme crisis? Yes. Look at the Two of Pentacles, 60-40, sharing, partnerships. Central theme has got to do with the children's justice system. The Five of Pentacles shows the financial scenario of the person concerned. The Hangman fucking can't win this one. Six of Pentacles, how much have they got to pay out? The King of Swords is your client in this particular situation. Does this go on year after year after year after year? That is indicated by the Three of Wands, and it's indicated by the Six of Swords.
It's a lengthy custody battle.
Absolutely. It's not a custody battle because it seems like the custody battle's over and done with, but the person concerned is not winning. So it's a custody scenario that goes on and on and on. And how does one resolve that whatsoever when one hasn't got any money? How the fuck does a person do that? So are you going to be there with your client and say, this is traumatic and you will go through a massively hard time with this? Yes. Then you're going to want to look at the next spread and see how long it's going to go on for, how hard it's going to get. But right now, it's like they're at the whim of the courts because of this so-called partnership, which is already over and done with. I've seen this so many times, it's almost vomitous. I get quite bilious looking at it. And it's certainly a situation where if a person wanted to take a trip overseas, they couldn't do it. Can things get from bad to worse in this spread? Absolutely. You can flip this depending on who you're reading for. If you're reading from somebody in the Northern Territory involved in the Northern Territory intervention scheme and children in custody, fuck yeah, come on. I get six of Pentacles. I get paid to do a job which is a screw in a child's detention centre. And a kid gets arrested, he's 14 years of age because he's had no money and he's snuck a bottle of fucking Fanta out of the 7-Eleven shop. Can you see that? I remember just recently looking at a spread similar to this, and it was all over the news because a man in Lebanon, because of the war, got arrested for stealing a packet of nappies in 7-Eleven because he didn't have the money to buy fucking nappies to put on his children. Can you see that? I can. That's what this is.
Doesn't the up the top though with the Two of Cups and the fan spread indicate that it's a slightly different scenario to that though?
No, it suggests that the scenario is going to go on for the next 6 years. Because it's got the feeling with the Sun card that they're children, but the two of Cups with the Two of Cups with the Six of Cups at the top is an indication that those children will be sexually active by the time this is resolved. Because the Two of Cups with the Six of Cups in this instance is young people that are sexually active, which is probably kids being 14, 15, 16 years of age. But there's no question of sexual abuse or sexual assault because that'd fall in the centre. It's not that. It's the time sequencing up the top. So that person would have been involved in this job. If this was a client in front of me, they'd know exactly what I was talking about. This wouldn't be a new thing. This is not a new thing. And the hangman's indicating what a fucking poor little rabbit they are in the scenario, in the headlights of this whole phenomenon. And a dear friend of mine in America, she's in Los Angeles at the moment. They've got 2 young children. She's an anthropologist. She ended up living in England with her husband, who's a very, 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 I mean, talking millions and millions of dollars type of money. It comes from very heavy money. She wanted to live back in England, which is her ancestral home with his kids. He's going, I can't live outside of LA. This is bullshit. I'm going home and I'm taking the children with me. She couldn't stop him because he had the money. Is she still going through the courts? Yes. Does it look like this? Fucking absolutely. Does she ask her parents for money? Oh, it doesn't really make any difference. But you've got a similar scenario when you look at this to that kind of a situation. So she has to live in LA to be able to be near her kids. Can you look at it? Can you see that? Please, somebody tell me they can see that. Does it go from bad to worse? Of course it goes from bad to worse, because what actually occurs in a situation when we get to the stage of we're dealing with the righteousness of any establishment body to protect our children and make our children feel fine, and they take into account how much money we've got or not. Of course that's unjust. But what's important in this particular spread is that you see the tower and you tell the person this is not over. And they'll know what you're talking about. They'll know that they're in the middle of this drama, this ongoing fucking drama. It's an ongoing fucking drama. And the fact that it's not over yet, it's at least gives the person you're reading for a bit of titanium up the spine. Do you get me? They'll go away with this sense of like, well, there you go. I knew that, but at least now I've got some feeling in here that somebody else can fucking see it too. And I will walk strong with this. That's your job, is to see that and say it as you say it, and then be in the situation where there's a sense of like someone can see this and they're not saying maybe this is going to happen, perhaps this is what I'm looking at. Potentially. There's no potential in this. It is what it is. You know, I don't want to sound clipped, and I'm not cross at all. I'm very, very proud of all of you, but I'm very aware of how difficult this situation is. But it's a skill, it's an occupation that's going to look after you. If you've got to say it though.
Laura, with the Three of Wands in the sphere of like hopes and fears, could that be a time sequence or just a worry that it's going to take a while, or the kids are going to be away from them or something like that?
It's like a time sequence and it's going to take a while. Yeah, it's all that. And maybe because we've got the Three of Wands there and the Six of Swords to one side, it's going to be a lot longer than they thought it would. And that's going to be the worst piece of information you could tell them, which is why they're chucking a tower. Until you get deeper into the actual reading, when of course you can understand exactly when it's going to be finished or when it's going to be over, if it's going to be over. I've still got people coming back from after fucking 6-8 years of being involved in a situation, a legal matter and connection with family, and it's still going on. And if they hadn't been told 6 or 8 years ago that it was still going to be going on for that long, they would have necked themselves more than likely.
So the Six of Swords in this circumstance is the duration that it's taking, involving all of this, like the shifting of the waters. From the troubled
shifting of the waters. It actually looks like a time sequence. So that's
what I mean.
That their kids will be old enough. They probably won't even need the custody thing by the time that they're grown. If kids are old enough to fuck, they're old enough to feed themselves, aren't they? And does one need to take into account the whole legal system to do with custody at times like that? The person in front of me here is sitting there with the hangman and the tower. It's only the fact that they're working, that Two of Pentacles is, I feel so in simpatico with them, because they're not supported. They're not supported financially, let alone the justice system. Justice system thinks it works for kids. That's bullshit, isn't it? So this is the kind of person, you just got to fucking hug them. Do you get me? You've got to hug them. Sometimes you've got to just say, you've got to open your fucking arms and say, just get in here. And let them cry. Because your job will be that as well. You can't always stand back and go, oh, thanks very much, there's your hour, get out the fucking door. Next people. That's a hard one, but thank you. I know. It's so difficult, Victoria, to say things like this. Do you get me? It's really tricky to say things like this when there's this fucking camera's doing its thing.
A real problem around like using language that minimizes myself all the time. It's a problem at work. So I really need to work on that.
Absolutely, because otherwise you're falling into the pattern of being in the Cartman drama triangle, and why the fuck are you minimizing yourself? I mean, it's a wonderful thing to come into a work scenario, even in orthodox type of jobs and just bring a little bit of fucking sunshine in a dark and stormy day, because that's all you got to do, and that can change the whole dynamics of the way you are in business. Yeah, does it take guts? Fuck yeah. My camera's going to keep on going off because it thinks 2 hours is way too long to be able to be filming anything. This works or it doesn't. At least I've got you on this. Hopefully this is enough. My phone's carking it. And that just wants, because it wants more money out of me. Okay, so
Kate,
we
are
have
you next?
Kate and Michelle. Kate and Shell. Shell, you there? Michelle. Michelle, she coming in?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Oh, good.
Okay.
Can you? Okay. Hi, Kate.
Hi.
Thanks for before. Okay, so would you please shuffle the deck for me? And what's your star sign, please?
Capricorn.
Okay, so when you show up, or if you show up, you'll show up as an earth sign person, so coins or pentacles.
Here comes the cat, see? The cards just came out of the box. Here he comes. Oh, he's rolling around.
Okay, you've got to give your
and when you're
instructions while they're still shuffling, please.
so when you're finished shuffling, would you please cut the cards into 3 piles? Would you please keep the pile to your left? The other side, sorry.
This was the center one.
Yeah,
Oh, was it?
The person concerned, you weren't watching, Michelle.
I thought I was, but obviously I missed that. So
It's a
yes.
little bit like the 3, but let's, for the sake of it, because it's getting late. Yes, it is the pile on the right. Okay, now tell them what to do.
And would you please place a card in the center facing me, please? Thank you. And place another card over the top of that one. And one above it toward you. And
take them further towards you, please, Kate, because you're going to get the bottom one lost. Okay.
Yes. And one below it toward me. Thank you.
Don't preempt her.
Right. And one to the left.
No.
One to your right, sorry, in the middle, that, thank you. And then one to the opposite side on the left, thank you. And from the left.
Give her instructions.
From the left, from the bottom up, 4 cards, please. And would you move that one forward a bit because I can't see it, up toward you. A little more, thank you, yes. Another 3 above that.
Your instructions need to be clearer, because another 3 above that could be a fan shape. If you're not.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Like
directly on top of each other.
Can you see them?
Yes, I can.
I would suggest you move your cup off the table, if you wouldn't mind, please, darling, Kate, and just move all the cards across to your right slightly. Bit more.
Would you please move the bottom cards up a bit toward you, because I can't really
all up
see them.
towards the edge of the table where you're sitting.
Yeah. Oh, that's better. Thank you.
And
all right.
fan shape.
Ah, yes, the fan shape up the top toward you, please. Top left, 3 cards.
Top right. You've got to look from her body side, not your side.
Okay.
You've got to be in the room with that person. Okay.
Top right, yes.
Okay.
And I'll take a moment just to have a look at these.
It's from danger. It's a 3 of Pentacles crossed by 4 card. Then underneath that is an Emperor, and above that is a Page of Cups. What's the one obvious thing that you're looking at?
Well, I'm looking at the center to begin with.
No, there's something else obvious in the pack that you need to look at.
No, I'm looking to see if you're there.
No, that's not what you're looking for. There's three obvious things. She's not there. Obviously, she's not there. You would have picked it up already. I know this is difficult, but you actually need to be a little bit faster.
Okay.
What's the three things that stare at you first off?
Well, first off, I'm wondering if there's an interview to do with something new coming up.
No, an interview to do with something doesn't tell you anything. The first thing that you're looking at is the fact that there's three kids of significance on the table. It does not say whose.
Yes.
Okay, that's your first thing. Then your eye will automatically travel down to the Emperor. Remember, we're not necessarily doing the tarot for the person in front of us. Then your eye will travel down to the Emperor card, because the minute you're saying three kids, you're looking for the father or the education system. That's the Emperor card. Okay. And of course, you want to look across at the Six of Pentacles and look at the idea of cost to do with putting. This would be a perfect example of somebody who's going to Shearwater School and Mullum, and you had to pay out money for that instead of forward education. But I'll shut up now. I'll let you keep going.
No, that's right. So looking at the World's card in the position of that person and the child in the environment.
Not get caught in single cards, please.
Okay. I feel I'm looking at a situation involving a choice of
Don't say I feel, just say you are.
You're looking at a situation involving education of one or more children, deciding where to send them and where the resources are coming from to pay for that.
Perhaps. There's a very strong correlation between the Emperor card and the World card, which is the entire school system around the world. It's based on a particular principle of education, of schooling that's got nothing to do with education and learning. That's a big story, okay? It's a really big story. The first thing that's going to happen for me, if I'm looking at that, is an indication that that person concerned is very aware of the scholastic system and how it's based. I mean, a really good example of that is people who will speak to Indigenous kids and say, oh, you're supposed to learn English and you're supposed to go to an ordinary school, thanks. What you're learning from your parents is not good enough. Ba-bam. Snare drum. The fact that the Page of Cups is in the background indicates that that may not be a living child. It could be the memory of an unborn child, or it could be the concept in here of a child, or an arts factor, or the arts. There's definitely two living kids on the table, though.
Okay.
And then the fact that they've already paid out money in connection with education, but they're still questioning the validity of all that.
Okay, so whether or not it's worthwhile pursuing what they've been doing already with regards to education, given all the changes that have taken place. And
You're putting words into this that are not necessary, but that's okay. You'll get used to it.
Okay, and feeling a little bit stuck and undecided with the outcome position at the top.
No, that's not a little bit of stuck and undecided. That's trapped. Why would you want to underplay it? There's nothing they can do.
And I'm having a look now to that band spread up the top. What's that center card, please? There's the Three of
Pentacles with the top.
With the Queen of Swords and the Magician. Okay, thank you.
She's pretty fucking pucker.
Yeah.
She's already broken away.
Yeah.
So this is the kind of a situation where you'll get, if somebody, for example, was having offspring going to an ordinary school, high school, and they're having their hand slapped by a ruler, for example, and they're learning about wheat and sheep and coal, and you think to yourself, I'd rather they had an education than be stuck in a schooling system. And you'd know somebody else, which is that Queen of Swords, who's already left the system or left it. Everything's focusing down to the Emperor card, isn't it?
It is.
And when you've got an Emperor card there, or the institutions, or an education is an institution, but there's not an indication anywhere on this to do with things like inoculations or anything like that. It's got to do more so with how you want that person to, what kind of commitment, because that Eight of Swords is very interesting. It can be like the commitment a person makes in association with their children, to see it through to the very end, to see it right through to their whole well, and just be aware of what they can pay, and know that they may not, with the Three of Pentacles and their Fool card, they may not be able to keep doing that, but be fucked if they're going to stop.
Yep, sure. I can see that in the center with regards to the Three of Pentacles there, and the 6 behind it. But
So
it's
take into account the small things, the seemingly small things, like the Six of Wands, the seemingly small thing in the sphere of hopes and fears.
Well, it looks to me that it's looking as though they're going to try and continue to do what they've been doing, but they're feeling pretty stuck about how.
They're not feeling stuck. They are stuck. Stop with the feeling business.
So they are stuck as to how to go about negotiating.
No, that's not saying that at all. Seriously, they've made up their mind. Three of Pentacles in the center with the Fool card. Everything rests on them making with what turns up out of that discussion. They will go into the commitment of those kids in their own form of education. They will go into what appears to be an orthodox educational system. They'll have no choice.
Yep.
The Queen, the Page of Wands is saying, do I dare feel okay about this? Do I possibly feel okay about this? And with the World card, the Emperor card is like everybody else's kids are going to an ordinary school. So it's got to do with that, because again, the Emperor is orthodoxy in some way. And of course, the Six of Pentacles that we saw to one side is the payments that get made, There's so much to consider where this person is concerned, but I've seen that Seven of Swords when a person takes on a mortgage. They're willing to take on that because it can be just a commitment. That once they're in, they've made the commitment.
They're in.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's not, there's no maybes on that. They have made the commitment. That's those swords at the top. They've made the commitment. Before probably the school year of 2022, they would have made that commitment. They would have done their research in the meantime, which is the Three of Pentacles, and then indecisiveness around the Fool card, and looking at the whole Emperor card and the education system, and then they will make their decision. And the other one, of course, that you can superimpose on top of that, because I do know, Kate, in this particular situation, is scenarios in connection with large gatherings, large groups, how the education system is doing that, and the limitations that they're going to put on people in connection with that. And then, of course, with the Three of Pentacles, you can go ahead and make your fucking plans with the Fool card on the top of that. You never know the outcome.
And Laura, could that outcome card have a connection with boarding school then as well, where it's like the child is somewhere where it is that they're kept and away, especially with the Three of Swords there?
No, the Three of Swords is not connected to the schooling at all. It's got to do with a woman who broke away. Or a woman who is separate. That's not connected. And I mean, honestly, to be quite honest with you, Neela, how many people do you know who go to boarding school?
Enough that I would ask the question, just to throw it out there.
21st century, I have never seen anybody go to boarding school in my life reading tarot. And it's not to say it's not there. If you see it, you see it, but it's just so rare. But I've never seen it. If it turns up to do with Hierophant, of course, it could have to do with marriage. It could have to do with being forced into a religion you don't want to be in, being stuck with it. Like the Jesuits saying, give me a... No, because that Three of Swords is sitting directly with the Queen of Wands, the Queen of Swords and the Magician. So something that she has done, some separation that she has done, has put her in a position of her own power. That person up in the corner would be the person that I'd look to for wisdom, for knowledge, someone who's done it already. Whereas she hasn't, this person that you're reading for hasn't, because they're in the middle with the Three of Pentacles and the Fool card. They are still working out their options, you see. Yep. Can you see that?
I can see that, yeah.
Boarding school, I mean, at all. A boarding school would sort of, if there was such a thing, which of course I'm saying I haven't got it, but it doesn't mean it's. Oh, around rather Northern Territory, yes, there's an interesting one. So from someone living in the Northern Territory, there's a message to do with boarding schools there, yes. But I would need to see that Eight of Swords in a fan shape of 3 in the next spread. With quite possibly a 4 of Swords, which is where they sleep.
Yep. There is a boarding school near where I live that has a lot of international students that go and live and stay there.
Who's speaking?
Michelle.
Michelle, this is not your reading.
No, okay. I was
So
just
you've got to
relating
take
it
into
to
account the
boarding
fact that
school.
this is not your reading. And there's
I
no.
do understand that. I was
There's
just
no
talking
indication of
about
boarding
boarding schools.
I don't know why. Can we stop with this now?
Yes.
Thank you, Nilla.
What about university law? Like this, because this idea of paying, like with the financial situation or whatever it is, like, and especially with the world card, it could be a time sequence. Like, you know how it can be 20 years or 21 years? That could take someone up through schooling into university.
But why at the stage of 3 of Pentacles?
They're talking about the money or the interviews.
They're not talking about money with the interviews. The 3 of Pentacles is just the interviews. They've already paid out the money.
Oh, they've paid it out.
Those kids tend to be, they don't look like they're adults. The pages don't look like adults.
You know how the world card can be a time sequence sometimes?
Yeah,
like
but not in the sphere of the self.
Just throwing ideas out.
Of course. But you see, also, if it was a boarding school up in the Northern Territory type of environment, isn't there a justice system associated with that?
I thought we'd stopped with the boarding school thing.
We had, but there was a connection in here with the Northern Territory intervention scheme around children that are taken and put into boarding school.
But would that have the homeland card? Like wouldn't that show up with the 10 of Pentacles? Like if it was to do with children of country?
Not necessarily. 10 of Pentacles. No, I'd definitely be sort of like even siding with Nilla on this one to do with it more to be, but it's like it doesn't have the feeling of, it doesn't, for some strange reason, it doesn't have the feeling of Indigenous kids because there's no intergenerational trauma turning up on the table.
Well, the reason that I was asking about boarding school as well is just looking at extrapolating on the patterns, because in the area where I live and with people who I might read for, there is definitely children who go to boarding school, because in the area where I live, sometimes the schooling is not satisfactory for the parents. So they send them interstate to other, so it's relevant to my personal sphere.
I agree, but there's one thing in here which is really interesting, and that's the 7 of Swords. It's not the children that are somehow stuck or forced, it's the adult who doesn't want to do that by the look of things.
Could it be the opposite, that the adult has to be kept away in order to maintain the finances? They have to go away. Like they feel they're restricted.
The finances is not the glitch, that's the Emperor that's the glitch. And that could be the removal of children to be with the father, yes.
I was thinking of that in the 9 of Swords, in being like stuck at school where it is that you're in a place where it is that you can't leave for the term that you're there.
Right.
And not necessarily that they don't even like it, especially with what is sitting underneath it.
Yeah, but it's not about the kids, it's about that person who's got the kids. So it's about the adult. This particular spread is about the adult. That's the woman or person that's having the reading. I mean, I'm saying you're all right. Isn't that interesting? But the key to me sort of in here in querying the whole orthodoxy of the system of them, I mean, I can think of a million people that this spread, this map would be relevant to. You know, one friend came back from Israel and the kids didn't want to come back. So they've come back and now they're in their school system and they're all kind of fucked up in themselves. Similar kind of a scenario. They came back to Australia because of the father, which is, of course, is the emperor also. And particularly an Orthodox emperor in this particular instance, someone from a very Orthodox Jewish family. Even though there's no religion in there, but it's very much the emperor is very much that orthodoxy of fatherhood as well. And in this one, we could talk about this phrase. Tara, you're being a bastard, keeping us on this one spread forever and ever and ever, which of course it's like that. This is also a situation where a person who say the client that's with you has got together with some man. They're used to paying their own way for their own kids. There is a past partner up there, which could be that Queen of Swords you see in a past relationship. One or more of the children may not be their own. What kind of scenario is going to happen if there's 3 or 4 little kids and they're involved in a family type scenario for the rest of a person's life, which is the World card? And the one thing I'm very certain about relationships split up when there's children involved is there's always a third person or a fourth person involved in the relationship, and it's going to be there as long as the relationship's there. So this is a fucking paradoxical map. I could say thanks.
It's a really good read. It's such a good reading to unpack though, because I feel like it's really clear.
Yeah.
So there's like starting to talk about the nuances that are in this is super helpful.
It's super helpful. Yeah, and this is a super helpful fucking spread because it's so oblique and it can be read from the perspective of everything you're talking about, all of you, really. Absolutely. I mean, the foundation being the emperor, we could be looking at children wanting, basically a person who's come from overseas who wants their children to have citizenship. And they know they've got to pay for it, but they're trying to work out how it's going to happen and whether or not they're going to be sent back. You'll get this kind of a reading with refugees. People come out, for example, with the Emperor card as a university, wanting to study at university and not being able to renew their visas if they don't fill out a fucking marriage thing. It's difficult because how do I stay? How do I stay? How do I stay? And then, that Queen of Swords in this instance, she's already gone because she couldn't stay. So it's one of the trickiest ones we've had all day today. So Michelle, don't feel problematic, don't feel difficult about this. It's like, whoa, how tricky is this? And then of course we could throw away all the concepts of the pages having anything to do with children. And we could also be looking at that page of swords and saying, is that the Queen of Swords? And am I missing her like crazy because she's on the other side of the world and I can't get to her and I haven't seen my sister for 20 years? In which case that world card would be a time sequence. We're ending up on a total fucking fuck up of a map.
All of a sudden now it is. There you go, Ari. Kudos there.
It's like
good. I was waiting for it.
It is like a joy to get confounded over. I feel like we're discussing whether Aleph and Beit have got any relationship with each other in the Torah, and of course they haven't. So there's all kinds of because the interesting thing, even as we discuss it, is that the Fool card is landing on is obliquing or obfuscating the Three of Pentacles, isn't it? So the reasoning for the discussion or the interview is even hidden, which is so fucking interesting.
Except for that fucking blaring emperor down the bottom.
Well, that's orthodoxy. And the orthodoxy, interestingly enough, I mean, women never even got mentioned as mothers in the parish records until 1837. Nobody had to register who the mama was. We could also be looking at interesting situations in here. Certain people whose names shall remain nameless who should really be on the birth certificate of their own child and they're not because they're a donor. And how do we change the whole system with the Emperor card of the Department of Birth, Deaths and Marriages and their capacity to retain information? Do we do it in this lifetime? The swords in this instance say no. certain people here know what I'm talking about.
Do you think the children could represent donor children in that situation? Like this is like a donor, it's hidden, these meetings and
Of
these
course.
children? Yeah.
Yes. Yes. Absolutely.
Mm.
You know, and the orthodoxy of the emperor card that what I say goes and everybody else can just go get fucked. And that's like that the world over with the so-called empires from Belgium and Canada right through to Australia and New Zealand and the South Pacific and everywhere where there's been the empire. And it's also really interesting because look at, I could go on forever with this spread because it can also represent what a person does learn in schools. And what I'm very aware in schools is we're not taught about what happens to First Nation people in this country, how many times, how many people died, okay, who Pamela Way was and how they fought for the Eora Nations. None of that's taught in schools. So, you know, if the person that you're sitting with is working with that Three of Pentacles and they're discussing what a person is going to be learning in school, what they're paying for, and they find out that they're still being taught the same shit, hence your outcome of those swords. You know, it's like in a person's lifetime with that world card, that can be a full lifetime, you go, nothing's changed. So this is a map that's not going to have just one thing. You can put them together and let's close this thing off for the day.
I find that really interesting. Like every other one I've been able to read, but when it's upside down, like you just cannot read it.
Oh, good.
You find that? It's like I can't even see them. It's like you can't see them.
But you will when you look back, because we've spent the most time looking at that particular.
It's just fascinating though, isn't it? Like how important it is that you read with them facing you.
Well, it's really interesting because, again, people who already in some way work with this particular skill, to know that you can look at them from so many different angles. But the point is, when a person's sitting in front of you, there's no doubt. That's where this is. There's no doubt. We wouldn't be having this discussion if you were sitting opposite me. And none of you, if you're working tarot, if you're working with a client, then you're not going to be even slightly bothered. You know, but what we are is we're this bunch of fucking mystics around the world sitting together and discussing these extraordinary scenarios of being able to foretell. But even within this, when you listen back to today's work, if you can hear the words that we don't want you to use, which would be I feel that this is, or I think maybe, or potentially, all of those things, they just need to go from your language. The cards get put out in front of you, go, oh, there it is, this is blah, 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 going to happen. That's it. What you do about that's free will. That's it. You know, and for a first day, I just want to I just think you're all fucking amazing. You know,
Laura, I find it hard with a spread like the Dead Reckoning, especially if it's just one layer of cards. When there's not like three cards next to each other, like bang, 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 except for those three at the top, it's hard to not read the single cards because you don't have the big picture.
With you, it's not hard. This is why. Truth is, this is why you're not doing this for a living full time. And I want you to do this for a living full time if you get the opportunity. Yeah? Same with any of you. If you get a chance, if you're doing this full on, then you won't have a problem. You'll go, here's this dynamic, and you will get the information straight away. And you won't be the reading cards separately, like that's fucking 30 years ago. And if you're not doing it full time and you're not doing it over and over and over and over again, it's doing it over and over again to the point where you almost get the shits with reading tarot. I've got the shits with it on and off for ages. I mean, it'd be nice to have a week off sometimes. It hasn't happened yet. But you'll get it straight away. And from the Dead Reckoning, it's like the Dead Reckoning, what it does is it gets you, it wants to explore your innards. Or the innards of the person. So it goes, rip, there you are. Oh, okay, we have a heart, we have lungs, we have a spleen, we have gallbladder, we have intestines, we have a stomach, we have pancreas. There we are, that's it. Now we're going to open all those organs up. And we're going to explore what you've been eating or what you will eat or how you'll end up getting sick in 10 years because of what you put in your gut. And that's what tarot is going to do. It's going to take all that minutiae and spread it out in front of you. And when you listen back to today, you're going to hear how many, ooh, who's that for? Who's that for? Who's that for? But you will, the moment you break away from looking at one card at a time and you've got the whole pack and you see your pattern of an arc or this particular person card, this particular card here, and all these other ones around it will have a flavor or a this goes with that. It's a little bit like fucking, is it like IKEA? Sort of like IKEA. So your Dead Reckoning spread is your IKEA of tarot. And then it becomes specialized the further and further in it gets, because as you go further and further in your hunting, and tarot will explore things, it'll start to literally unpack what it does in that Dead Reckoning spread. But that Dead Reckoning spread will come through first off as the main story. And everything falls under the umbrella of that. Everything starts to expose itself under the umbrella of that. And of course, you're taking the first steps into a choreography that may not make sense for another year, 2 years, 3 years. But if you don't start and continue with your language being certain, when your language is certain and you've cleared out all the malingro and you've cleared out all the material from judgments and bigotry and bias that are environmentally and parentally, like the challenges from your peer groups, etc., induced, that because where you are, that's sort of like the challenges on your numerology part. That's the section you've got to clear off. Once you clear it off, it's like sweet as we can just walk your what you'll do with the Dead Reckoning spread is discover the mathematics of the rest of the pattern. Does that make sense? Sort of.
Especially when you're getting with each consecutive spread that you're getting similar cards coming out, but in sort of different variations in the sequences. That's the unpacking part where it's fleshing out the bones.
That's it. So it's the story of La Loba. Yeah. We're gathering the bones from the forest, from the desert, and putting them together and breathing life into them. So it's that whole bone woman story is really significant, and a lot of your myth work comes through in this particular scenario. You know, but the one card at a time business. If that stops you, then you're on a plateau. That plateau, as I said, can last you 5, 10, 20 years, and then you've got to fight to keep going through it. And when it breaks, it's the whole thing goes, oh, there it is. That's the pattern. And then you'll fill in the edges, which is what the Dead Reckoning will do. It'll give you the whole fucking lot, and little bits around the edges. You go, oh, is that working in there or isn't that working in there? And will you get layers of 2 or 3 different series of events? Of course you will, because nothing's singular, and life does not go in a straight line of events. You can have 5 or 6 happening simultaneously. My phone has died, so I don't know whether this last. I think it'll all be fine to do with going up online. Just won't look as good as and schmick as it does when I've got my phone going. It fucking hates me at the moment. More questions, and then we will call it an evening, a night, a day, whatever it happens to be.
What's our homework for this week, Lo?
Was that what?
What should be our homework for this week?
The homework for this week is go through everything you've got. Just keep going over and over and learning. From now on, it's just learning what you've got, so that when we get around to opening up the next slot, because next week is going to be the Stargate pattern. So, and at least at this week, I mean, we haven't had a chance to go through the understanding of the planetary associations, but you need to. You've got your numerological associations already there. It's just the planets. If you can have a little bit of a study, the differences between, I mean, but please remove the gendering from things like Mercury and Mars and Jupiter and Saturn, and just, it's abhorrent. And, you know, because I hear so many astrologers talk about, Mars. Without Mars, I mean, I would not even function without Mars, because it's such an energetic planet. It's strong energy, and It's also what a person utilizes to be able to defend their tribe, their village, etc. It only becomes warlike in the consciousness of a warlike people. But for people to tell you, for example, that Mars is the god of war, they have not looked into their astrology particularly well. It's a very modern aspect and doesn't work. And we have discussed the movement from Jupiter to Binah and how that's actually from Jupiter to Saturn and how things all unfold at once. But when you're, and then we haven't even gone into the body of Adam Kadmon, and I do apologize for not having enough bodies. But I do want to discuss, for example, the understanding of how you can look. But we'll do all that next week. You've just got to keep reminding me. Because I can get distracted by other projects. Please keep reminding me, because the planetary associations with the star map is really, really important to do, for the simple reason when you're working with the planetary associations and then you're also working with the understanding of where they fall on the actual glyph. Even though we've discussed do we interpret the planets in a similar way to Western astrology? Yes. Without getting trapped in that, because you're going to be going on the feeling. For example, what does fall in Netzach? And Netzach, of course, is called being ruled by Venus, but people do associate Venus with femaleness. And that's not necessarily true. It's got to do with sexuality. If it falls as a body problem, it is going to be associated with perhaps a damaged hip or quadriceps that are too tight. Interestingly enough, like the moon, which is the sphere of Yesod, is going to be associated with the digestive tract. It's going to be associated with genitalia. If you can see all kinds of interesting bodily functions. But it's knowing how to look at the layers when you're on the Stargate. So anything that you can get, but let's really open up and crack open the astrological aspect. We're not interested so much in star signs like astrology, like Sagittarius, Leo, Aries, or all that. Not really, because everybody's got everything in a chart. And one thing does not override everything else. That's just bullshit. That's just like popularism. And, they're the people who are going to read Lilith stars every week, or fucking Mystic Medusa, and how can you make a generalization about 1/12 of the entire population of the world? That's just no. But when you're getting down to the psychology or even the psychosis of different planets and how they relate to us, then it becomes much more interesting. And we're looking actually at the psychology of the planetary associations as well as what they represent. So often, for example, I'll see a 5 of Wands in the sphere of Gevara, which is associated with Mars, and that person's a martial artist. Time and time and time again. It's never necessarily shown. If a person, very often, if I've got an Emperor card falling in the sphere of Tiferet, and or an Emperor card in the sphere of Malkut, and then I've got a 5 of Swords in the sphere of Gevara, and I've got a work card, I've got an 8 of Pentacles sitting in the sphere of Chesed, I've got a soldier, a person who works in the military. And it's how you see these patterns to come together. This one card thing does my head in. It's really, really boring, and it won't work. And it certainly won't put you in a position where you're really doing the spay work that you need to do and the healing work that will follow on from that. Yeah. Cool. So planetary associations, all the stuff that you've had, understanding your language and how your language is going to affect the person that's sitting with you. Your courage. You need courage to do this work. You've got to be courageous enough. And this is going to come back on who you are in the world and how you walk in the world. And you need to walk fucking tall. Do you know what I mean? No compromise. You're going to know when to hide from the fucking soldiers. You're going to know when the trucks are coming, where your bolt hole is. You know all that. But don't think that you've got to in any way apologize to the people that come to you for readings, because they will come and they'll continue to come, and they won't come to you if you're umming and ahhing and feeling embarrassed or a little bit shy. Just be really clear. No matter what I say, when it comes down to the actual map in front of you, I've had readers because it will it'll definitely branch off like the mycelium of a tree. So that I can be doing this work for 42 years, yes. Somebody else can have been doing it for 20, 30 years that actually is on here. But they will read the cards completely different to me because they'll be taught by tarot once they're on the roll to see a thing a certain way. Consequently, that last map was brilliant, and the conversations and the chewing things over was absolutely stunning, okay? But when you're sitting in front of a person, there'll be no doubt. I can remember reading for a person who was a tarot reader and worked from home, and she was so good by the look of things, which was, in those days it was 10 of Cups, and it was crossed by a High Priestess card. I said, oh, you're a tarot reader and you work from home, can we do swapsies? And all she said was, where the fuck do you see that? So it'll diversify, and you will. Of course, we're all individuals, and it will, but this is like just the kindy. We're in kiddie school with each other now. It's a fucking kiddie school and a half, but this is something, you are something else again to tackle this on. So yeah, I'm off now. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.